Once upon a time, in a small village, a curious boy named Sam wandered into the woods. He often explored the nearby forest, but that day was different. As he was walking deeper into the trees, he saw a glowing object lying on the ground. He picked it up and realized it was an ancient amulet. Fascinated, he remembered the tales his grandmother had told him about magical artifacts. Excitedly, he decided to bring it home. However, when he returned, he discovered that his village had changed. It had transformed into a bustling town. Sam was feeling shocked and wondered what happened. He was thinking about the adventures he would have in this new world. Long ago, he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen, and now it seemed like his dreams had come true. That night, he lay in bed, dreaming about the adventures that awaited him in the morning. This part of the story uses the simple past tense. For example, Sam wandered into the woods. The simple past tense describes actions that were completed at a specific time in the past. It is appropriate here as it sets the main narrative and indicates events that happened sequentially in Sam's story. This story is set in the past, and this part of the story has been completed, so we can use the past simple tense. We are also describing things Sam regularly did. For example, he often explored the nearby forest. This next part of the story uses the past continuous tense. For example, as he was walking deeper into the trees. The past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we're describing an ongoing or long action, walking, that was interrupted by another short action. He saw an object. In this instance, we can use the past continuous to describe the long, ongoing action of walking, and the past simple to describe the action that interrupts, when he saw the amulet. We can also use the past continuous to describe the amulet, which was glowing and presumably had been glowing for a long time. This next part of the story uses both the simple past tense and the past perfect. The simple past tense, he remembered the tales, he decided to bring it home. Well, these actions are quick and happen sequentially, or one after the other. First, he remembered, then he decided. You may also notice that bring does not change to brought. This is because decided to bring counts as one single action made up of two different verbs, and so the second verb, bring, does not change. We can also see the usage of the past perfect. For example, the tales his grandmother had told him. So the tales were told to Sam long before any of this happened, so we're referencing a point in the past that existed long before this story began. In this part of the story, we can see both the simple past tense and the past perfect tense. So the simple past tense, when he returned, he discovered, these actions are quick and again happen sequentially or one after the other. First, he returned, then he discovered. The past perfect tense, for example, his village had changed, it had transformed into a bustling town. Well, the past perfect tense indicates here that an action was completed before another past action. So it shows that the transformation of the village occurred before Sam's return, providing context and clarity regarding the sequence of events. In this part of the story, we can see the usage of the past continuous tense and the past simple tense, which are often used together. With the past continuous tense, we have Sam was feeling shocked. He was thinking about. So the past continuous tense describes actions that were ongoing in the past. In this case, we are describing an ongoing or long action, feeling. There is also another action occurring in Sam's mind, thinking. Both of these actions are happening at the same time, and so we need to use the past continuous tense to indicate that they're both happening simultaneously. We can also see the usage of the past simple tense. For example, Sam wondered what happened. This indicates that Sam briefly wondered about what happened. It was something that he thought about and then stopped thinking about. This is different from the continuous actions of feeling and thinking, which he continues to do for a long time. In this next part of the story, we can see the usage of the past perfect continuous tense and the past perfect tense too. So the past perfect continuous tense, for example, long ago he had been wishing for something extraordinary to happen. In this instance, the past perfect continuous tense emphasizes the duration of an ongoing action that preceded another past action. In this case, it highlights that Sam's desire for adventure was a persistent wish leading up to the moment he found the amulet, enriching the character's background and motivations. We can also see usage of the past perfect tense. For example, his dreams had come true. This sentence shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular time in the story. He had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point, it seemed to have happened. At the end of the story, we can see the usage of the past simple tense combined with the past continuous tense. So with the past simple tense, he lay in bed, this sentence talks about an action which is now complete. We could use the past continuous tense for this sentence, of course, and say he was lying in bed, dreaming about. But because this is the end of the story, it's more appropriate to end with a past simple tense verb combined with the past continuous tense to allow the reader to envision a future for Sam, whilst also providing a sense of finality to the story. The past continuous tense, dreaming about, shows the relationship between his dreams, which had existed up until this point, and this particular point of time in the story. So he had been wishing or dreaming for something exciting to happen for a long time, and now, at this point in the story, it seemed to have happened. The final sentence ends the story nicely because it allows the reader to think about what might happen to Sam next. In conclusion, using different past tense forms adds depth to storytelling by providing context, clarity, and continuity. The mix allows the reader to grasp the timeline of events and understand the character's motivations, emotions, and the significance of past experiences. The story effectively uses each tense to convey a rich narrative, allowing for a more immersive reading experience.
Irregular verbs in English from espressoenglish.net. Did you know that about 70% of the time when we use a verb in English, it's irregular? Irregular verbs can make you go crazy, but in fact they follow some patterns. In this lesson, you'll learn groups of irregular verbs that will help you remember them better. The first group is irregular verbs with all three forms identical. These verbs are the same in the present, past, and past participle. One example is put. Present. I always put the milk in the refrigerator. Past. Yesterday I put the books in my backpack. The present perfect uses the past participle form. I've already put the documents in the mail. Other verbs with all three forms identical include bet, burst, cost, cut, fit, hit, hurt, let, put, quit, set, shut, split, and spread. The next group is verbs with identical present and past participle forms. The only different form is the past. Come, came, come. Become, became, become. Run, ran, run. A number of irregular verbs have n in the past participle. These can be divided into 4 subgroups: with o in the past and past participle, with o in the past only, verbs with the past form ending in ew and the past participle in own, and other. Subgroup 1: break, broke, broken. Choose, chose, chosen. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Get, got, gotten. Speak, spoke, spoken. Steal, stole, stolen. Wake, woke, woken. Wear, wore, worn. In this subgroup, the vowel changes to o in the past and past participle. Subgroup 2 has o in the past but not in the past participle. Drive, drove, driven. Ride, rode, ridden. Rise, rose, risen. Write, wrote, written. Notice that the sound of the I changes from the present to the past participle. The present is drive, and the past participle is not driven, but driven. Subgroup 3: verbs ending in EW in the past and OWN in the past participle. Fly, flew, flown. Grow, grew, grown. Know, knew, known. Throw, threw, thrown. Finally, we have subgroup 4, other. These verbs have n in the past participle, but don't appear to follow any other pattern. Bite, bit, bitten. Hide, hid, hidden. Eat, ate, eaten. Fall, fell, fallen. Give, gave, given. See, saw, seen. Shake, shook, shaken. Take, took, taken. Another group of irregular verbs is verbs with pronunciation changes. For example, long E to short E. Keep, kept, kept. Sleep, slept, slept. Feel, felt, felt. Bleed, bled, bled. Feed, fed, fed. Meet, met, met. Lead, led, led. Another group has EA pronounced differently from the present to the past and past participle. Deal, dealt, dealt. Mean, meant, meant. Read, read, read. Hear, heard, heard. Another group is when the long I changes to OU. Bind, bound, bound. Find, found, found. Grind, ground, ground. Wind, wound, wound. Short I can change to U. Dig, dug, dug. Stick, stuck, stuck. Spin, spun, spun. Sting, stung, stung. Two very common verbs, sell and tell, become sold and told in the past and past participle. Finally, we have the verbs with ought endings in the past and past participle. This can be spelled O-U-G-H-T or A-U-G-H-T, but the pronunciation is the same. Bring, brought, brought. Buy, bought, bought. Catch, caught, caught. Fight, fought, fought. Seek, sought, sought. Teach, taught, taught. Think, thought, thought. Remember that the G is silent in these verbs. Verbs with 3 different vowels. In this group, the vowel changes from I to A to U. Begin, began, begun. Drink, drank, drunk. Ring, rang, rung. Shrink, shrank, shrunk. Sing, sang, sung. Sink, sank, sunk. Spring, sprang, sprung. Swim, swam, swum. Finally, we have the completely irregular verbs. These verbs don't follow any specific pattern, so you just need to memorize their past and past participle forms. The verb to be is am, is, or are in the present, was or were in the past, and been in the past participle. Do, did, done. Go, went, gone. Have, had, had. Make, made, made. Thanks for watching English Tips from Espresso English. If you liked this video, please share it.
And now we'll take a look at the past tenses, first focusing on the past simple tense. Here, the past simple tense is used to express completed actions in the past, whether the past be a few seconds ago, or whether many years or ages ago, doesn't matter. To make positive sentences, we have our subject, and the subject could be anything from I, you, we, they, it, he, she. And now we conjugate. We change our verb, most often by adding ed. For the negative sentences, rather than changing the verb, we add the auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb is do. So I've changed do to did to indicate the past, and it results in a sentence structure such as I did not work. Now did not is the full form. Obviously, we can contract this into didn't. Here we have did I work. Again, you can see the inversion of the position of the auxiliary verb and the subject to help us create our question. When we use did, we can use it for any of the subjects in our sentence, from I or he or she, etc. In terms of spelling these conjugated verbs, of course there are some issues that we need to have a look at, especially when considering some patterns. So again, we have our y changes to dropping the y and adding IED. And when we have a consonant vowel consonant, we double the consonant in question and finally add ed. These aren't irregular verbs, they're just irregular spellings for some verb conjugations. Our irregular verbs change their form altogether. So a few examples would be changing to was or were, depending on the subject of the sentence, go to went, have to had, give to gave, write to wrote. As previously mentioned, the usage for the past simple tense is when you want to talk about completed actions in the past at a definite time frame. So we have sentences like Mark worked last night. He worked in the past. When was it? Last night. We can also ask questions. When did Mark work? Although the time isn't mentioned in the question, what we're implying is the time will be mentioned in the answer. And by saying when did Mark work, we're indicating that it is in the past rather than saying when does Mark work, which would bring us back up into the present. Now let's have a look at the past continuous tense. This tense is used to indicate that a certain action was in progress at a particular time in the past. We form the positive form by using our subjects, the auxiliary verb to be, plus the verb plus ing, also known as the present participle. So it results in sentences such as, he was cooking last night, or we were cooking last night. In order to form the negative sentence for the past continuous, we add the word not in between the past form of the auxiliary verb to be and our main verb, which here is cooking. So of course we have, he was not cooking last night, and we were not cooking last night. In order to form the question form of the past continuous tense, again we're going to invert a subject and the auxiliary verb. So we start our question with was or were, depending on our subjects, and we keep our present participle form of the verb, which is our main verb in the question. So, was he cooking last night? Or, were you cooking last night? The usage for the past continuous tense is expressing actions in progress at a time in the past. So one example could be, I was cooking at 6 p.m. last night. I was cooking. It was an action that began, occurred, and finished at a particular point in time in the past, 6 p.m. last night. Now, I could also say, I was cooking when you called me. It's the continuation of an action that happened at a particular time. That particular time needs to be conjugated into the past simple tense, as it wasn't continuing, rather the cooking was continuing. Let's now have a quick review of the past tenses. Here we have 4 very similar example sentences, each using a different past tense. This should allow us to be able to look at the differences in usage between these tenses. First example, when I arrived, John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. When I arrived, John had cooked. When I arrived, John had been cooking. In the first example, when I arrived, John cooked. If we look at John cooked, this is the past simple. The structure is quite simply the subject plus verb in the past tense. The past tense verb is usually formed just by adding ed to the end of the base form. However, again, there are many irregular verbs, such as go would change to went, be to was or were, know to knew. Again, there are no rules for this, and they just have to be learnt individually. The past tense here, as we can see, is used for completed past actions. I arrived in the past, and John cooked in the past. They give us the order in which past events happen. I arrived first, and then John cooked. I woke up, and then I got up. I had a shower, I had breakfast, and went to work. So the past simple is very useful for ordering actions. The second example sentence, when I arrived, John was cooking. John was cooking is in the past continuous tense. Here, the structure is subject, John, the verb to be in the past tense, which is was or were, plus the verb with an ing at the end. The past continuous tense is used to describe an action that was in progress at a specific past time. Here in the example sentence, the cooking was in progress at the time I arrived. This differs from the first example sentence, where I arrived first and then John cooked. In this example, the cooking had already started and was still in progress at the time I arrived. And now for the past perfect tense. This tense is used to talk about a past action and a related past action before that. In this case, we're relating two past actions to each other. We do so by using the auxiliary verb to have, but because we're talking about the past, we need to conjugate that auxiliary verb into the past. So we'll consistently use had no matter what our subject is for the sentence. The other critical part of the formation of this tense is the fact that the main verb needs to be put into the past participle form. Here, we've used a regular verb, to finish, and we've added ed. The results are sentences like, Sue had finished. Negative, Sue had not finished. We can contract had not into hadn't, and we can ask the question by saying, had Sue finished? As mentioned, the usage for the past perfect is to relate past actions that are in the past. So we always add the past perfect tense for the action that happened before the past action that we're talking about. So I want to say that we arrived in the past, but I also want to let you know that something happened even before we arrived. So I use the past perfect tense. Again, our auxiliary verb to have conjugated into the past, as well as our past participle form of the main verb. The resulting sentence could be something like, the concert had started by the time we arrived. Let's take a look at the past perfect continuous tense. We'll obviously be talking about the past, we'll be talking about two actions, and we'll be focusing on the fact that one of those actions had been continuing at another point in the past. In order to form this tense, what we need are two auxiliary verbs. We need our auxiliary verb have, conjugated into the past, so it turns to had. We use our auxiliary verb be, with our present participle form of the main verb, which is the verb plus ing, and be being conjugated into the past as well. So for positive sentences, we would start with our subject. Here it's Sue. Sue had been cooking. Our negative sentence would be Sue had not been cooking. And in order to ask our question, again that inversion of the subject and had, so it comes out, had Sue been cooking? And now the usage for the past perfect continuous tense. It is as follows. Using it to communicate a continuing action in the past up until an additional action in the past. Here we have, Sue had been cooking for 3 hours before we ate lunch. The action that had been occurring up until that point was Sue had been cooking for 3 hours. Before the other action, we ate lunch. In the third example, when I arrived, John had cooked. John had cooked is the past perfect tense. This has the structure subject, here John, plus had, plus past participle, here cooked. Past perfect is used to express the past in the past. In other words, an action that happened before another past action. When I arrived, John had cooked. I arrived in the past, and I want to say what happened before that past time, so I have to use the past perfect. The fourth example sentence, when I arrived, John had been cooking, this is using the past perfect continuous tense. John had been cooking. This has the structure subject, John, auxiliary verb had, another auxiliary verb, been, and then the verb plus ing. The past perfect continuous tense is used to express the duration or continuity of a longer action in the past before another past action. As we can see here, when I arrived, John had been cooking. The cooking had continued for a period of time before I arrived. It doesn't express whether cooking is still continuing or completed. So let's have a look at the 4 sentences together again. When I arrived, John cooked. I arrived first, then John cooked. When I arrived, John was cooking. The cooking was actually in progress at the time I arrived. When I arrived, John had cooked. The cooking had finished before I arrived. And when I arrived, John had been cooking. Expresses a longer action that had been happening up until the time I arrived.
Past verbs are used when using the past simple tense in the affirmative. Past participle verbs are used when using the present and past perfect tenses. Regular verbs. The majority of English verbs are regular. We add ed when they are made into past and past participles. Sometimes, though, we need to modify some parts of them when adding ed. The first group is one-syllable verbs, and these ones they don't change. For example, jump, jumped, jumped. Laugh, laughed, laughed. Look, looked, looked. In the second group, add only d to those regular verbs ending with an e. For example, agree, agreed, agreed. Survive, survived, survived. Die, died, died. The third group, you need to double the last consonant to those verbs ending with a consonant, vowel, consonant. So C, V, C. Just like these examples. Fan, fanned, fanned. Grab, grabbed, grabbed. Rip, ripped, ripped. So we double the last consonant. N, B, and P. The last group is the fourth group. Take out the y and add IED to those verbs ending with a y, just like these examples. Carry, carried, carried. Try, tried, tried. Cry, cried, cried. Notice the y changes to I. Now let's take a look at those irregular verbs. The first group, some verbs do not change, just like put, 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 cost, 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 hit, 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 hurt, hurt, hurt. In the second group, we have similar endings. They replace the D with a T. For example, send, sent, sent, spend, spent, spent, build, built, built. The third group, irregular verbs, have the same OUGHT endings, like these ones: bring, brought, brought, buy, bought, bought, fight, fought, fought. The fourth group, irregular verbs, have the same EN ending in the past participle: beat, beat, beaten, eat, ate, eaten, forget, forgot, forgotten. So EN at the end of the past participle. The fifth group change a vowel consistently: A for the past and U for the past participle, just like these ones: swim, swam, swum, begin, began, begun, ring, rang, rung. And finally, the sixth group change consistently in the past with the E, W, and O, W, N for the past participle, just like blow, blew, blown, grow, grew, grown, fly, flew, flown. So now let's practice. Change the verbs into past and past participle. Grow, leave, make, sing. Type, hunt, play, see. Swim, dream, visit, go. Pause the video for 5 minutes and then we'll check your answers. So this will be your key. Grow, grew, grown. Leave, left, left. Make, made, made. Sing, sang, sung. Type, typed, typed. Regular. Hunt, hunted, hunted. Regular. Play, played, played. Visit, visited, visited. Those are regular. Swim, swam, swum. Irregular. Dream can be both irregular and regular. Irregular ends with a T, so dreamt. And regular obviously ends with an ED, dreamed. So then we have see, saw, seen, go, went, gone. By the way, did you know? The past of the verb go comes from the past of another verb, went, which means to go in a specific direction. Originally, went was the past of the verb went. Now it is wended. Instead, the past of the verb go was yod. People started to use the verbs go and went interchangeably. So after many years, the verb go adopted went as its past form. Today's lesson is on the simple past tense. Okay, like in did you go out yesterday? Or we didn't go out yesterday. We worked hard yesterday. Yes, it's an action that happened in the past and you know when it happened. So it's our yellow star in the timeline. You can see it right there. So, how do we form the simple past? First of all, we need a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, we chose did. And did, we use did for questions and for negative sentences. So let's look at questions first. Okay, WH question word if you have one, like where, how long, etc. Plus the helping verb, did in this case, then subject and then the verb. Okay, like in our example, did you go out yesterday? Okay, that's a good example. Negative sentences. Okay, so we need the subject plus the helping verb plus not plus the verb and the object if you have one. I did not go out yesterday. I didn't go out yesterday. Okay, so what happens with positive sentences? Well, positive sentences have regular or irregular verbs. Okay, so we have the subject for regular verbs plus verb plus ed because it's a regular verb plus object. For example, I danced all night last Saturday. I danced all night last Saturday. Okay, how do I know that dance is a regular verb? Well, we just have to learn them. Okay, the same with the irregular verbs. Irregular verbs, you need to learn them. Okay, by memory. So the formula is subject plus irregular verb plus the object. Like in our example, I went out yesterday. So went is the past, irregular past verb of the verb go. Yes, that's right, go. Okay, what happens with the verb to be? First of all, let's review the verb to be. I was, you were, he, she, it was, we were, they were. Let's make an example. I was a student in 1990. They were babies in 1990. Okay, these are positive sentences. What happens with negative sentences? We just add not after the verb to be. I wasn't a teacher 30 years ago. They were not, they weren't students 10 years ago. What happens with a question? Well, we just write the verb to be first. So, was he paying attention to my lesson? Were you home an hour ago? And so there we have the simple past of the verb to be. Be careful, the verb to be is special. You don't need did here. Okay, so meaning and use. When do we use the simple past or the past simple tense? to express the idea that an action started and finished at a specific time in the past. What are some common time expressions used with the past tense? So yesterday, okay, last month, last year, last week, ago, a minute ago, in 1980, for example. There are many, many others. So time expressions and adverbs of time. So examples. I saw Maria yesterday. So is the past, irregular past verb of the verb to see. Yesterday is an adverb of time. Last Friday, the students took their spelling and vocabulary tests. So took is the irregular past of the verb to take. They got married 2 years ago. Got is the past, irregular past of the verb get. These actions are over. They are all finished. So English has two types of verbs in the past tense. Regular verbs, as I said before, and irregular verbs. Look at the following list of past tense verbs, which are regular and which are irregular. Okay, so we have taught. Yeah, that's irregular. Walked. Yes, that's regular. Studied. Regular. Gave. Irregular, very good. Became. Irregular. Cried. Regular. Lived. Regular. Did. Irregular. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Regular verbs are verbs that end with ed, we said. So simple form of past simple, like walk, study, cry, and live. So walk, walked. Study, studied. Pay attention to the y changes to I when you write the past tense. Cry, again, y changes to I, ed, and live, we just add the d, ed, lived. So irregular verbs are verbs that don't end with ed. Some irregular verbs have a vowel change in the past tense. For example, become, became, give, gave, drive, drove, forget, forgot. Other irregular verbs have a different kind of change. Examples: teach, taught, bring, brought, leave, left, hear, heard, buy, bought. For example, Celia bought a new computer last weekend. And some irregular verbs don't change at all. Cut, cut, hit, hit, put, put, set, set. Like in the example, the children set the table every Sunday. And this is present simple, right? It's not past. Well, it could be past also, but I know this is an example of the present simple. The second one, though, is in the past. The children set the table last night. How do I know it's in the past? Well, because we have the time expression last night. Last night. So, complete the sentences with a past tense verb. Number 1. I was a child, I the piano. Donna, Paris, last month. John, hard, yesterday. My teacher, far, last summer. So pause the video and write your answers. Okay, so now that you paused the video, you have your answers. We're going to check. When I was a child, I played the piano, ED. Donna visited Paris last month. John worked hard yesterday. My teacher traveled far last summer. Great, you did great. Now let's try other 5 sentences right here. So complete the sentences again with the past tense verb. So last week, you, a letter. The students, an English exam. They, a great job. He, his girlfriend at university. Mary, to the city park last Sunday. So pause the video and write your answers. Now that you're ready, let's check them. Last week, I sent you a letter. The students had an English exam. They did a great job. He meant his girlfriend at university. And last one, Mary went to the city park last Sunday. So let's look at our timeline first. We have the horizontal line and the vertical line. The horizontal line on the left, we have the past, and on the right, we have the future. The vertical line represents now. So we have 3 yellow stars in the past representing used to. That means that it happened many times in the past. So when do we use it? First of all, it is a semi-modal verb. This means it needs another auxiliary or helping verb to create questions and negative sentences. We use used to talk about things that happened regularly in the past but no longer happens. So it is a routine in the past. There is a lot of confusion between the past simple. I will try to explain as best as I can. In some cases, the difference is very subtle, so very minimal. The most important thing to remember is to ask yourself, did it happen many times? Then use used to. Do you know the number of times that happened? Then use past simple. Let's compare. He used to go to school. He doesn't go to school anymore. But if I said he went to school twice last year, this means that because we have a number of times, we need to use the past simple. Let's look at other examples. I used to go to the library last year. It was my routine, but I don't go to the library anymore. Instead, if I say, I went 10 times to the library last year, obviously we need the past simple because there is a number of times, 10 times. And there is a possibility I still go to the library. So in the first one, I don't go anymore. In the first one, I still go to the library. Let's look at other examples. I used to walk to school last year. I walked to school every day last year. Has the same meaning. So what is the change? The change here is every day. I wrote every day on the second sentence. And I created the same meaning with that used to has. I walked to school last year. I do not know if this was a routine, as I don't know the number of times. So how many times? I don't know. So how is it formed? First of all, we said used to is a semi-modal verb, and so it needs a helping or auxiliary verb. In this case, the auxiliary verb and the helping verb is did. So in this case, I mean used to is did. Interrogative. So we have the formula. WH question word, how, where, when, etc. if you have them. HV means helping verb plus auxiliary plus subject plus used to plus verb. Like in the example. Did you used to speak English 10 years ago? It is the same thing as did you speak English 10 years ago? It has the same meaning. Negative. So let's look at the negative sentence. Subject plus helping verb, not, obviously, plus not because it's negative, plus used to. Note that there is not D there in use. Plus verb and plus whatever it is. He didn't used to speak English. It's the same as he didn't speak English. Now, what about positive sentences? Well, we need the subject, then we need here, yes, used to plus verb plus maybe object and plus maybe time expression or whatever it is next. I used to study Italian at university. I don't study Italian at university anymore. This is what it means. So let's do some exercise. You need to rewrite these sentences with used to where possible. I'm going to pause the video for 5 minutes. You need to change, make changes or leave the sentence as it is if you think it is the right sentence. So 5 minutes, pause the video. Okay, now that you pause the video, I'm giving you the key. Now the first one is, my brother used to keep snakes when he was younger. Okay, so used to. Number 2, he got his first snake when he was 8. So here it's not possible to change to used to. Number 3, here we can choose. He used to keep or kept them in a box in the garage. Number 4, yes, we need to change. He used to look after them very well. Number 5, they lived there for almost 6 years. Number 6, then he lost interest and he took them all to the local zoo. No change there. Number 7, he used to visit them there once a week. Yes, it's possible to change it to used to. And number 8, I think he went about 9 or 10 times, so reference of the number of times, before he forgot about them. Not possible to change to used to. Well, if you have any questions about this,
For statements in the negative form, what we have to do is add the auxiliary verb to do. For subjects I, you, we, and they, we simply leave do as do, use the word not, and keep the base form of the verb now for the negative statements. However, for he, she, and it, we have to conjugate our auxiliary verb into does. We still use not, and we still keep the base form of the verb. The pattern for forming questions is very, very similar to the pattern for forming negative statements. However, what we've done is invert our subject and our auxiliary verb so that the questions read the auxiliary verb first. Of course, again, we use do for I, you, we, and they, and use does for he, she, and it. In both cases, we've left our verb form as the base form of the verb, as there's no need to change it. common usages for the present simple tense are habits and routines, as well as general facts and truths. Our example of routine would be I teach every Monday. We've used our subject I, our base form teach, and every Monday speaking about the routine that I have. We also have our general facts. The sun rises in the east. Here, the sun would follow under the pronoun it, so we've had to conjugate our verb per our pattern and finish our sentence. We could also talk about general truths such as likes or dislikes. I like football, or he likes football. Of course, there are other usages, but these are the two most common.
Semicolons. The semicolon serves several purposes in writing. Number 1. Connecting related independent clauses. The primary use of a semicolon is to connect two closely related independent clauses that could stand alone as separate sentences. By using a semicolon, the writer emphasizes the relationship between the two ideas without using conjunctions like and or but. For example, I have a big exam tomorrow. I can't go out tonight. Number 2. Separating items in a complex list. Semicolons can be used to separate items in a list when those items themselves contain commas. This helps to clarify the list items. For example, we visited Paris, France, Rome, Italy, and Berlin, Germany. Number 3. Linking transitional phrases. A semicolon can be used before certain transitional phrases, for example, however, therefore, or moreover, when they connect two independent clauses. For example, she was late to the meeting, however, she managed to catch up with the discussion. Number 4. Creating rhythm and emphasis. By using semicolons, writers can create a specific rhythm or emphasis in their writing. This can enhance the stylistic quality of the text and guide readers through complex ideas. Overall, the semicolon is a versatile punctuation mark that helps to improve the clarity and coherence of writing by connecting closely related ideas and organizing complex information. For example, the Deaf Railway, officially known as the Thailand-Burma Railway, was constructed during World War II to facilitate the movement of Japanese troops and supplies from Thailand to Burma, now Myanmar. Despite its initial military purpose, the railway has become a symbol of immense human suffering endured by the forced labourers who constructed it. In this sentence, the semicolon connects two independent clauses. The first clause states the initial purpose of the Deaf Railway during World War II. The second clause emphasises the contrast, explaining how the railway has come to symbolise human suffering, which serves a very different connotation than its original purpose. The semicolon effectively highlights this relationship between the military function and the later meaning. Here's another example. To meet enormous deadlines, the Japanese military recruited prisoners of war from Allied nations, including British, American, Australian, and Dutch soldiers, as well as an estimated 200,000 Asian labourers, including forced labourers from Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia and Korea. In this sentence, the semicolon is used within a list to separate items that contain commas. The list is enumerating different groups of soldiers and labourers recruited by the Japanese military. The semicolon is used to prevent confusion and clarify which group is being referred to. Another example includes this sentence. The railway features several significant parts, including the infamous Hellfire Pass, a cutting through solid rock that stands testament to the difficult conditions faced by those who ventured to carve the railway through rugged terrain. In this sentence, the semicolon is used to separate a main clause from a subordinate clause, the phrase including. The main clause states that the railway has several significant parts, while the subordinate clause provides an example of one of those parts. The semicolon indicates that the following clause is providing additional information about the railway's features. In each case, the semicolon serves to clarify and enhance the meaning of the sentence by connecting closely related ideas or separating complex information.
Outside of the actual future tenses, we can talk about things in the future, but use present tenses. Two of them are present simple and present continuous. We use the present simple typically to talk about timetables and schedules. I'll say a statement such as, the train leaves at 6 p.m. We can also use present continuous when talking about future arrangements. I've arranged something in the future. So I could say something like, we're playing football on Saturday. It's been arranged.
Hello.
Hello, teacher. Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks.
Yeah, good. Um, well, I'm just getting a few things ready for the lesson today. And we're going to go through some vocabulary, okay? So what I want to start off with is I'll start us off with a little bit of reading, okay?
Okay.
Yep, so let me just get that ready for you. And we're just going to, what the lesson today is about bear rehabilitation. Hold on a second. That. All right, okay, so I'm going to sorry, we're just getting a bit of an echo there. Right, let's go through some of the video first of all, I think. Let's watch the video, okay, Bounty? So just bear with me one moment. Watch the video together.
Fluff and Scruff are two European brown bears. They may look happy and healthy now, but the start to their lives was very different. 5 years ago, they were the last two remaining bears kept in the notorious former bear breeding centre, Cormisosh.
So basically they lived in a huge concrete box or pit. There was no grass, there was no sort of shelters outside. It kind of just looked like a prison for bears, really. There was nothing enriching, nothing happy or anything. It was just very grey, very concrete, and very barren.
In Bulgaria, European brown bears had been bred to be shot by trophy hunters for sport and kept in a row of concrete pits. At one point, over 75 bears were kept in each breeding centre, solely for hunting purposes. As a result, they expressed signs of trauma.
Yeah, so when the bears came in, they didn't behave like how healthy or mentally healthy bears would behave. There was a lot of signs of trauma, so they'd be pacing a lot. They had repetitive behaviour, not necessarily good behaviour, so a lot of pacing, a lot of head twisting, and they used to scrape along the floor, which damaged the underside of their paws. So this is all stress related and trauma related.
The law changed in 1993, banning captive bears from being hunted. However, the bears kept at these centres were simply left there, as the staff were dismissed and stopped coming in to look after them. It was up to outsiders to save these bears. Locals would come and feed them twice a day, which is what kept them alive.
They were emaciated, I'd say. If you're looking at weights, you're probably looking at 185 kilograms, when now you're looking at his top weight would be around 285 kilograms. They had no skills in their upbringing. Mother teaches them all the skills they acquire. So if they're not taught, they would just not find anything to eat until they used their nose and got in themselves into trouble. So they had to be taught to learn how to forage for themselves.
Alertis, a bear rescue organisation, contacted the Wildwood Trust and asked if we could give these last two bears a home. We raised the money through fundraisers, and after a 1,500-mile journey through 9 countries, the bears arrived in their new 1.5-acre woodland paradise in Kent. Complete with a plunge pool, waterfall, dens, and up to 50 species of native trees. This couldn't be further from the concrete pits of Cormasosh.
A lot of grass areas, which they use when they first come out of hibernation. They'll be eating grass mostly, so we've sown that with woodland species of grass that do well in the shaded areas. There's small shelters out there and large mounds, and the large mounds have been used for making dens in. The scruff particularly likes to dig these huge, vast dens.
Head keeper Paul looks after Fluff and Scruff and monitors their daily activities. In Bulgaria, the bears were fed maize meal porridge, so their digestive systems were not used to processing regular food. Every fruit, every vegetable they eat is recorded, as keepers complete the long process of rehabilitating their diet. Now, the bears are fed on a nutritious omnivorous diet, which is expertly balanced to the bears and the seasons. A variety of enrichment is scattered around their enclosure every morning, so they have to do the work to find it, just like wild bears would. Following their rehabilitation and therapy, the bears are now unrecognisable to the frail, malnourished bears they were before.
So we rescued Fluff and Scruff 5 years ago now, and a huge amount of the work that the amazing keeper team have been doing is to get them back into exhibiting normal bear behaviour, behaving like bears should do in the wild. And getting these poor, abused and neglected bears back to this level of health and vitality and natural behaviour has been a huge achievement. It's something I'm really proud of.
So they've undergone torpor now, they're foraging, just doing bear stuff. They spend the whole day just being bears rather than being in this concrete pit, essentially.
So when the bears first arrived, they were really underweight. They were completely out of all the natural rhythms of being a bear. And so we've got them back into those natural seasonal cycles and getting them to exhibit again as much of that natural bear behaviour as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's really rewarding just to see them sort of bounce back, like completely forgotten about their past life.
You know, the work we've done has been really nationally and internationally recognised now. We've won a Biazra Award for the rehabilitation of the bears. And we also had our keepers presenting at an international bear symposium on bear husbandry, you know, really setting the standards for the best ways of looking after bears in captivity.
It's why you do the job. Half of the reason why you do the job. It's immensely satisfactory just to see them doing their stuff. I suppose ideally you would have them released, but that's not possible.
Okay, so what we've got there is a little video about Fluff and Scruff. So two bears who were in captivity for a very long time, released back, not into the wild, but into an enclosure, which is very similar to their natural habitat. So I'm just going to put the transcript in the chat box there. And what I also want to do is put the vocabulary bank in the chat box, because what we're going to do is we're going to practice some of the vocabulary. So if you do have access already to the Stax English IELTS Master Course, you should be able to see the vocabulary bank there and follow along. So we've got lots of words to learn. If you don't have access to the course yet, you can join up by following this link with the coupon code English for All. So I think, Bowney, you're already signed up, aren't you? We're already signed up to the course, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Yes, fantastic.
Yes,
Okay.
I have.
If for anyone who's watching on the live stream, if you want to sign up to the Stax English IELTS Master Course for free, you can do so by typing in Stax English IELTS Master Course into Google and going on here. And then if you go down here, there's a little bit where you can enter in a coupon code. So you can just type in English for All. That's English FOR all, no spaces and all in capitals. And you can join up to the Udemy course free of charge. So there's no charge. It doesn't run out either. It's a lifetime membership. And that course is, that coupon code will work until I think the 10th of October. So I think you need to sign up relatively quickly to get that done. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go through some of the vocabulary. So we've got the vocabulary bank. Now, I've actually opened this up in a Word document just for simplicity's sake. So I want to just match up some of the terms here. Okay, so we've got lots of different words here. Let me make it a bit smaller. Okay. So first of all, we have this term breeding. So what does this match up to? Do you any thoughts? Breeding. Now, you can just say the letter, of course. You don't have to read out the entire definition.
Excuse me, I'm reading.
Yeah, that's okay. No rush at all. There is one more definition on the next page as well, which some hasn't onto there. Zoom it out just a little bit more.
I haven't got the answer yet.
It's okay. We'll come back to that one. How about huge?
Huge is very large in
Yes.
size or amount.
That's quite correct. Yeah. So huge is very large in size or amount. Very good. How about shelter?
Shelter is a structure that
Yeah, you can read it if you like. A structure that provides protection from weather or danger. Yep, very good. How about prison?
Is it? Hmm.
Any idea for prison?
I can't find it.
Can you not? That's okay. Take your time. So have a look
Okay.
through. So when do we go to prison? Do you know the word generally, what a prison is?
Um,
Well, about a prison, we're talking about a place that you go usually after you've committed a crime, though not always. Sometimes it's just a place where we put people either lawfully or otherwise. So when we talk about a prison,
I realize it's the college. Is it the
it so it's prison is, let's have a look at it. So prison is a correctional facility for confinement of offenders. So it's basically a place where people are put if they've broken the law. So it's actually just D right there. Yeah. So it's not now. Let's be clear. A prison is not always where criminals go. Not everyone in prison is a criminal. You know, you have prisoners of war and things like that. They're not criminals who've been captured. Yeah. What about enrich? To enrich something.
Enrich means to make something better, better or more valuable.
That's absolutely right. Yep, to make something better or more valuable. Very good. What is a trophy?
Trophy. It's an act of completing a goal or task.
Not quite.
Okay. An award given for success or victory.
That is exactly right. Yep, an award given for success or victory. What about trauma? When we talk about someone who suffers from trauma.
Is an emotion, or physical shock.
Yeah. An emotional or physical shock that lasts for a long time. Very good. How about repetitive? If we describe something as repetitive.
It's repeating the same action.
That's exactly right. Yep. And a scrape. What is a scrape? Not sure on this one?
I'm not really sure.
That's okay. We can come back to that one. So how about banning? If we ban something, what does it mean?
It's an official prohibition against something.
That's exactly right. Yep, an official prohibition against something, so something that's no longer allowed. Dismissed. If someone has been dismissed, what does that mean?
It means it's lost your job or position.
Absolutely right. Lost your job or position. How about emaciated? So this is another adjective. If someone or something is emaciated.
I don't know what is that word mean.
Okay, well, if you're emaciated, it's when you haven't eaten for a very long time, and you're sort of you're massively underweight, very, very skinny, very, very thin.
Oh, so it's G, very
It is
thin
G.
due
Yeah,
to
very thin
illness.
due to illness or lack of food.
Emaciated.
Yep, very good. Upbringing, your upbringing.
It's M, the way a person is raised during childhood.
Very good. How about the verb forage? To forage for something.
It's N, to search for food or for provisions.
Yeah, to search for food or provisions is to forage. Yep, good. How about paradise?
Paradise is a place of perfect happiness and peace.
Very good. A place of perfect happiness and peace is paradise. Very good. What about hibernation?
Actually, I don't understand that word.
Okay, so hibernation is when is something that some animals do. It's when they sleep for a very, very long time, weeks or months at a time, usually in the winter. Any idea what that could be?
It's you, the act of slowing down activity during winter.
Yes, that's right. Well done. Next, we have species. It is a species.
It's maybe it's B.
You're almost right. It's not B. It's when we talk about a species, it's like a type of plant or animal or living thing. And quite specifically, they are plants, animals, or living things that can breed and have viable offspring with another of their species. So, for example, a dog and another dog can produce another dog, a baby dog, that can go on to meet other dogs and make even more dogs. Therefore, they are the same species. A dog can also do this with a wolf, which means that wolves and dogs are the same species, even if they're a different subspecies. A dog and a horse, that doesn't work. A donkey and a horse, they can breed and produce a baby, but they're not the same species because a donkey and a horse produce an animal that cannot itself breed again. They're not the same species. So, yeah, so that's basically the definition of the species. What do we mean by nutritious?
Is R.
Yeah.
Providing good
Providing good
nourishment.
nourishment or health benefits. Very good. Yep, great stuff. Omnivorous. So we have carnivorous, which means an animal that eats meat.
Oh,
Herbivorous, which eats animals. And omnivorous does what?
it's kill, eating
Yeah.
both plants and animals.
Exactly, omnivorous. So human beings are omnivorous, and so are bears. What about unrecognizable?
It's difficult to recognize because of damage or change.
Exactly, yeah. So when they were talking about how much weight the bears have put on, they're now unrecognizable from how they were before.
Yes.
Yeah. Vitality.
Let's see.
So vitality comes from the word vi, which is, well, it's a Latin word meaning life.
I think it's P,
It
energy
is.
and liveliness.
Well done. Energy and liveliness, the ability to survive and grow, is vitality. Fantastic. So let's do scrape. So scrape, we've only got I or B.
I think it's I.
It is that an area of skin torn or worn off, a harsh noise from scraping. Very good. And then that means that the last one, and I want to change this slightly, is breeding, the production of plants or animals by inbreeding or hybridization. Now, I don't think that's not entirely accurate, so I'm going to just change this a little bit to just the production of plants or animals by mixing DNA. That's essentially it. So yeah, and then finally we have achievement, an
It's
act. Yeah, go
an
on.
act of accomplishing a goal or task.
Exactly. Yeah, very good. All right, great stuff. Yeah. So well done. So we know the what the vocabulary means now. So let's try to put it in context. Okay, so we're going to just zoom in on these words. Now we've got the vocabulary words at the top. So the farmer practiced selective something to produce healthier and stronger animals. What did the farmer practice?
Business.
It's something we do with animals. So let's say we take a cow that produces lots and lots of milk and another cow that produces lots and lots of milk, and we use them to produce a third cow, hoping that that one will produce even more milk.
Is that species or
It
breeding?
wouldn't be species, it would be breeding. Yeah, very good. So breeding, let's take that out of there, pop that in there. Selective breeding is when we choose which animals get to produce offspring, babies. And when we're farming, we choose the ones that have traits or characteristics that we as humans want. So we want cows that produce a lot of milk, or cows that produce a lot of meat, sheep that produces a lot of wool, and different things as well. We also breed dogs to have specific traits, maybe a certain look, or maybe ones that can smell very well, or maybe ones that can swim. Lots of different types of dogs. We have dogs for hunting, dogs for guarding our homes, dogs that look very, very cute, big dogs, little dogs, everything in between. And we have selectively bred them to look this way.
Yes.
Yeah. The mountain was so something that it could be seen from miles away.
It was so huge.
Huge is right. Well done. Very good. Let's take huge out and put it in there. During the storm, the family sought inside a sturdy cabin to stay safe from the elements? So this is when we want to stay somewhere that is protected.
Vitality.
No. One more time.
Where is it? Shelter.
Shelter is right. Very good. Shelter. So when we something that keeps us safe from the
Shelter.
rain and the wind and the elements.
Okay.
Yep. The criminal was sent to something after being found guilty of theft.
The criminal was sent to prison.
That's right. The criminal was sent to prison after being found guilty of theft. Reading a variety of books can help your knowledge and understanding of the world.
Enrich.
Well done. Enrich your knowledge. Yep, very good. Very good. Next one, we have the winning team displayed a shiny something after their victory in the championship game.
The winning team displayed a shiny trophy after their victory.
Yep, well done. Let me just sort that out. Okay. Oh, sorry. Frozen up a second. Yes, that's right. A trophy after their victory in the championship games. Very good. After the car accident, she experienced emotional, that took months to heal.
After the car accident, she experienced emotional trauma.
Yep.
Trauma.
Trauma. Yep, she experienced. Yeah, we can say that. Let's try pronouncing it. Trauma. Rather than not trauma, but trauma.
Trauma.
Yep. Trauma is very good. Yep, well done. Emotional trauma. Let's just put that in there. 1 second. Okay. She experienced emotional trauma. Let's try this next one. The teacher asked the students to avoid tasks so they could focus on more meaningful work. So we need an adjective here.
The teacher asked the students to avoid repetitive tasks.
That's exactly right. Yep, repetitive tasks so they could focus on more meaningful work. Next up, we have the dog looked something because it had lost a lot of weight due to illness. So there's 2 words that could probably go in here, but I think one is a bit better than the other. The dog looked
emaciated.
I think it's probably emaciated. An argument could be made for unrecognizable, but emaciated is more specific because it's due to weight loss, isn't it? The government announced on single-use plastics to protect the environment.
A banning.
A ban, yeah. So really we should, rather than using the continuous tense there, we should just say a ban, because we're using the verb there. Sorry, we're using the noun ban, a ban, rather than banning, which is a continuous verb. So in this sentence, it makes sense to use the noun a ban. After the company went bankrupt, many employees were from their jobs.
They were dismissed.
Very good. Dismissed from their jobs. Very good. Fantastic. Her something shaped her values and attitudes as she grew up in a caring family. So what shaped her values and attitude?
Upbringing.
Her upbringing, very good. The way she was raised. Very good. Next up, during winter, some animals will, for food, to survive the cold months. So what will they look, what does this mean? Looking for food?
Forage.
Forage. Food, yep, very good.
Forage.
Very good. The gardener made a deep something in the soil to plant new seeds. Deep what in the soil?
A deep scrape.
A deep scrape, yep. So you scrape away the soil to plant new seeds. Very good. Yep, good work, guys. Many people consider the ocean to be a symbol of where peace and tranquility abound. So many people consider the ocean to be a place of something where peace and tranquility abound.
Is a paradise.
Yes, very good. Yep, good stuff. Well done. Paradise. I'll just get that ready. Right, okay. Paradise, yep, very good. Symbol of paradise. Fruits and vegetables are sources of essential vitamins and minerals. So fruits and vegetables are sources of essential vitamins and minerals.
Is nutritious.
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 Nutritious is right. Yeah,
Nutritious.
very good. Nutritious. Very good. Okay. Next up, some animals are something feeding on both plants and other animals.
Some animals are.
Some animals are
omnivorous.
Omnivorous. Yep, very good. Omnivorous. Feeding on other plants and animals. Good. His something was evident in his energetic and enthusiastic approach to life. So let's have a look at that.
His achievement.
His what?
His achievement is
not achievement. So he's talking about somebody who's very active and energetic. We're talking about full of life.
Vitality.
Vitality is right. Yep, well done. Vitality was evident. So it's like it's obvious, it's clear in his energetic and enthusiastic approach to life. Very good. Oh, sorry, next one. Bears enter something during the cold months to conserve energy. So this is a noun. Bears enter what? So it's when they sleep for a very long time.
Hibernation.
Hibernation is right. Well done. Hibernation. where they sleep for a very long time to conserve energy in the cold winter months, when there's not as much food around. The damaged photo was something and difficult to recognize.
It's unrecognizable.
Yeah, that, by the way, whilst that grammatically makes sense, it's a terrible sentence because the damaged photo was unrecognizable and difficult to recognize. I mean, it's just saying the same thing twice. So you could just take away that and say the damaged photo was unrecognizable.
Yes.
Winning the gold medal was a major something for the athlete.
Achievement.
Achievement, very good. And then the something of a tiger is different from that of a lion. So that would be species, yeah. So lions and tigers can actually breed, and they can produce a tigon or a liger. But tigons and ligers cannot themselves breed, so it means that they are different species, even if they can have a baby. Okay. So what I want to do now is just to rewatch the video and read through the transcript. Okay, so we'll watch the video and the subtitles will take us through the transcript, and then we'll practice the quiz, the reading quiz. Okay.
Okay.
So let's watch the video first.
Fluff and Scruff are two European brown bears. They may look happy and healthy now, but the start to their lives was very different. 5 years ago, they were the last two remaining bears kept in the notorious former bear breeding centre, Cormisosh.
So basically they lived in a huge concrete box or pit. There was no grass, there was no sort of shelters outside. It kind of just looked like a prison for bears, really. There was nothing enriching, nothing happy or anything. It was just very grey, very concrete, very barren.
In Bulgaria, European brown bears had been bred to be shot by trophy hunters for sport and kept in a row of concrete pits. At one point, over 75 bears were kept in each breeding centre, solely for hunting purposes. As a result, they expressed signs of trauma.
Yeah, so when the bears came in, they didn't behave like how healthy or mentally healthy bears would behave. There was a lot of signs of trauma, so they'd be pacing a lot. They had repetitive behaviour, not necessarily good behaviour, so a lot of pacing, a lot of head twisting, and they used to scrape along the floor, which damaged the underside of their paws. So this is all stress related and trauma related.
The law changed in 1993, banning captive bears from being hunted. However, the bears kept at these centres were simply left there, as the staff were dismissed and stopped coming in to look after them. It was up to outsiders to save these bears. Locals would come and feed them twice a day, which is what kept them alive.
They were emaciated, I'd say. If you're looking at weights, you're probably looking at 185 kilogram, when now you're looking at his top weight would be around 285 kilograms. They had no skills in their upbringing. Mother teaches them all the skills they acquire. So if they're not taught, they would just not find anything to eat until they used their nose and got in themselves into trouble. So they had to be taught to learn how to forage for themselves.
Alertis, a bear rescue organisation, contacted the Wildwood Trust and asked if we could give these last two bears a home. We raised the money through fundraisers, and after a 1,500-mile journey through 9 countries, the bears arrived in their new 1.5-acre woodland paradise in Kent. Complete with a plunge pool, waterfall, dens, and up to 50 species of native trees. This couldn't be further from the concrete pits of Cormisosh.
A lot of grass areas, which they use when they first come out of hibernation. They'll be eating grass mostly, so we've sown that with woodland species of grass that do well in the shaded areas. There's small shelters out there and large mounds, and the large mounds have been used for making dens in. The scruff particularly likes to dig these huge, vast dens.
Head keeper Paul looks after Fluff and Scruff and monitors their daily activities. In Bulgaria, the bears were fed maize meal porridge, so their digestive systems were not used to processing regular food. Every fruit, every vegetable they eat is recorded, as keepers complete the long process of rehabilitating their diet. Now, the bears are fed on a nutritious omnivorous diet, which is expertly balanced to the bears and the seasons. A variety of enrichment is scattered around their enclosure every morning, so they have to do the work to find it, just like wild bears would. Following their rehabilitation and therapy, the bears are now unrecognisable to the frail, malnourished bears they were before.
So we rescued Fluff and Scruff 5 years ago now, and a huge amount of the work that the amazing keeper team have been doing is to get them back into exhibiting normal bear behaviour, behaving like bears should do in the wild. And getting these poor, abused and neglected bears back to this level of health and vitality and natural behaviour, it's been a huge achievement. It's something I'm really proud of.
So they've undergone torpor now, they're foraging, just doing bear stuff. They spend the whole day just being bears rather than being in this concrete pit, essentially.
So when the bears first arrived, they were really underweight. They were completely out of all the natural rhythms of being a bear. And so we've got them back into those natural seasonal cycles and getting them to exhibit again as much of that natural bear behaviour as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's really rewarding just to see them sort of bounce back, like completely forgotten about their past life.
You know, the work we've done has been really nationally and internationally recognised now. We've won a Biazra Award for the rehabilitation of the bears. And we also had our keepers presenting at an international bear symposium on bear husbandry, you know, really setting the standards for the best ways of looking after bears in captivity.
It's why you do the job. Part of the reason why you do the job. It's immensely satisfactory just to see them doing their stuff. I suppose ideally you would have them released, but that's not possible.
Okay, so little refresher on the video there. Hope we can use that to understand the vocabulary a little bit in context a little bit more. So, yep. So what I want to do is what I like to do here is just duplicate the tab so that we have the transcript ready, and we can also do the reading quiz. Okay. Just makes it easier to flick between the two when you're on the Stax English Master Course. So I'll just wait for that to load, and you can read through if you like. Okay, so I'm going to just bring up the quiz now. Retry this. So it's only 7 questions, so relatively easy. What are the names of the bears shown in the video? Is it Fluff and Scruff, Fluffy and Scruffy, Doofy and Floofy, or Ben and Jerry?
It's A, Fluff and Scruff.
It's Fluff and Scruff. Well done. Yep. Good job. Where were the bears being bred for the purposes of hunting? So it Kent, Sophia, Kormazosh, or Beartown? So let's have a look. It's okay. It's all right. We'll have a look. So obviously, when we talk about places, we're using proper nouns, and proper nouns cannot change. You can't give any other name to a proper noun because it's the name of a place or a place or a person's name or something like that. So we have to look for one of those 4 proper nouns: Kent, Sophia, Kormazosh, or Beartown, and have a look and see which one is prevalent, which one is there, and whether it fits in. It's Cornisosh, isn't it? Yeah, very good. 5 years ago, they were the last two remaining bears kept in the notorious former bear breeding center in Cornisosh. So yeah, so Cornisosh. Very good. Okay. What constitutes rehabilitation of these bears? Is it acknowledging past experiences, accepting the present, environmental changes, and learning to forage? Is it acknowledging past experiences, meal changes, temperature changes, and learning to forage? Is it mental and behavioral changes, nutritional changes, temperature changes, and learning to walk? Or is it mental and behavioral changes, nutritional changes, environmental changes, and learning to forage? So I think the best thing with a question like this is to try to have maybe a guess and then check if your guess is right before committing to it.
Okay, I think is D, the last one.
Okay, so let's have a look. Mental and behavioral changes, nutritional changes, environmental changes, and learning to forage. So let's find out if that's correct. So what do we mean when we talk about rehabilitation? Let's try to find something. But what we can do when we're looking for this is looking for words like the same as or similar to the ones that we've talked about, that we just read about, or finding a word related to the question, like rehabilitation. So we can see rehabilitation popping up here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. We can see words like foraging.
Foraging, yeah.
Yeah. Exhibiting normal behavior. Okay, we've got some information here. The mother teaches them all the skills they acquire, so if they're not taught, they would just not find anything to eat until they use their nose and got themselves into trouble. So they had to be taught how to learn to forage for themselves. So it looks like foraging is definitely a big part of it, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. So let's have a look. So do we want to go with our number 4, mental and behavioral changes, nutritional changes, environmental changes, and learning to forage? Do you want to go with that, or would you like to change your answer?
I will go with that.
Okay. You're absolutely right. Yeah, very good.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to use the AI to just give that a bit more of an explanation, so you can explain this further. It addresses, your selected answer is correct because it addresses the comprehensive needs of bears in rehabilitation, focusing on their mental and behavioral health, proper nutrition, adjusting to environmental changes, and acquiring foraging skills essential for survival. This holistic approach ensures that bears can successfully adapt back into the wild. Very good. What are some of the changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Is it making dens or eating honey? What are some of the changes that they exhibited? So how did the bears change? What did they do after they've been taken away from the concrete pits and given space to roam around?
Excuse me, what is making dens mean?
Okay, so making dens means building kind of like a little hole for you to hide in, like a little cave. So we can see here, it says just down here, when that person was quoted, it says, a lot of grass areas, which they use when they first come out of hibernation, they'll be eating grass mostly. So we've sown that with a woodland species of grass that do well in the shaded areas. There's small shelters out there and large mounds. And the large mounds have been used for making dens in them. Scruff particularly likes to dig these huge, vast dens. So a mound is like a big pile of something, a big pile of mud, a big pile of stones or something like that. In this case, we're talking about a big mound of soil with grass over it. And Scruff the bear digs into that, makes a little comfortable little nest, kind of like a nest for a bear. So that's what making dens is. And
Okay, so
clearly that's the one, yeah. Yeah. And also honey, I mean, bears do eat honey, but honey is not mentioned here at all. So it's never mentioned. There's no other word for honey than honey. So again, it's a noun. Nouns don't tend to change their names very often. So we are not looking at anything to do with honey. What are some of the other changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Speaking English, playing, of course. That one's a very obvious answer because bears can't speak English, not outside of the world of fiction. And what are some of the other changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation?
Foraging.
Foraging, yep. So foraging, looking for things. There's no mention of them fighting. What are some of the changes the bears exhibited after rehabilitation? Normal bear behavior or twisting their head?
Normal bear behavior.
Exactly right, yeah, because it does mention about twisting heads, but it says it very early on, and it says that it was a symptom of them being basically extremely unhealthy. And you can see this, yep. And you can see it right there, can't you? So when the bears came in and they didn't behave like how mentally healthy bears would behave, there were a lot of signs of trauma. They'd be pacing a lot, and they had repetitive behavior and not necessarily good behavior. So a lot of pacing, a lot of head twisting, and they used to scrape along the floor, which damaged the underside of their claws. So this is kind of the way that they would behave if they're under stress. All right, very good, very good, very good. All right, so fantastic work on that. Yep, well done, well done. What we're going to do in the next lesson, which will be tomorrow at the same time, is we're going to practice some conversation, okay? Now, this is actually about zoos. So what I would recommend is have a little look at the written conversation practice module. Now, you can open this up, and it's a conversation AI. And you can actually talk to it and have a conversation about some of these questions, some of these things, and see if you can learn some things about the overall question, which is, are zoos a good thing for animals? So you can ask it questions, converse with it, learn a little bit, practice some written conversation, maybe learn, have a think about what your answer to each of these questions might be. So we've got some questions like, how do zoos help with conservation? Are animals happier living in zoos? Is it ethical to keep animals in captivity for our entertainment? Do zoos inspire people to protect and nurture animals? What were the precursors to zoos? do breeding programs in zoos work? Are animals from zoos ever released into the wild? And do animals in zoos live longer? So we'll practice in the next lesson tomorrow. We'll review the vocabulary quickly, and then we'll practice some of these topics, okay, some of these questions, and we'll do some speaking. We'll talk about, you know, rehabilitating animals and the roles that zoos may have to play, whether they're ethical or unethical. Now, just before we finish, for anybody who's watching on the live stream, who's interested, who's watching this as it's been recorded, these lessons are pay what you can afford. So that means you can pay as much or as little as you like for this lesson. Any money that is donated, any money that I receive is used to help poor families in Hanoi. So if you're in Vietnam, you can use the QR code or the details on screen now to make a donation. Any donation will help, and all of your donations are appreciated. If you're outside of Vietnam and you'd like to help out some people who are struggling in Vietnam, people who are under the poverty line, you can send a donation via PayPal using ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com, and I will use that equivalent money to help poor families in Vietnam. The things that we spend the money on include things like food, emergency supplies, rent, medical bills, and this is all done through my charitable campaign, which is called Help Hanoi's Homeless, which you can find on Facebook. So any donation that you can give would be greatly appreciated, and please feel free to invite friends who would benefit from this lesson to join up. We will be doing these lessons every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. Hanoi time. That's UTC +7 or GMT +7. Thank you very much for your support. Before we finish, is there anything I can go over with you guys at all? Anything I can help you with? Anyone on the live stream, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask away. Or Bao-Ni, if you have any questions at all.
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, no problem. Well, I'll see you in the next class then. Same time again. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye-bye for
Okay.
now, okay?
Bye-bye. Thank you,
Bye-bye.
and see you again.
Thank you. You take care. Bye now.
It is free for all we have to pay.
It's free. It's pay what you can afford. So it's free. If you can't afford anything, it's free. Don't worry.
Okay,
So
thank you.
there's no mandatory payment. Don't worry.
And where are you from, sir?
I am from England. My name is Chris. I'm from the UK, and
Okay.
and yeah, I'm from the UK. I live in Vietnam though. Where are you from? Is it Amna? Am I saying that right? Amna?
Yeah, I'm Amna Hedel, and I'm from Pakistan.
Pakistan. Okay, nice to meet you, Amna. Whereabouts
Thank
in
you.
Pakistan are you from?
I am from Lahore,
Lahore.
and
Ah,
I work as lecturer at university.
oh, fantastic. Yeah, yeah. So do you learn, have you been learning English for a long time?
No, I have been practicing English for the last 7 days, but I
7
have
days.
learned all my syllabus and all curriculum in English language. But still, there
Right.
is some hesitation to speak English fluently, and I have to apply for IELTS exam.
I see. Okay, so you're looking to do the IELTS exam, are you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sir.
And what are you hoping to get on the IELTS exam? Like a 7.5, something like that?
Yeah, I want and I wish that I may earn at least this band, at least
Mm.
7 band.
Okay, all right, very good. Well, this here's something that might help you. So what I'd like to do for you is I'm going to give you something for free here, okay? So I actually have an IELTS course on Udemy, which I designed, and I can give it to you free of
Sir,
charge.
how can I contact you later on? Because it's the free talk forum, then after switch out from this forum, how can I talk to you?
I will
Because I
send it.
have to learn IELTS.
Okay, so you see the PayPal email address used just there. That's the email address there. ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com. That's my email address. Okay. So if you want to learn IELTS, Amna, I've just sent you a link to the Stax English IELTS Master Course. Now, this is a course on Udemy, which you can use for self-studying. Okay. It's usually a course you have to pay for, but I'm going to give you a coupon so you can get it for free. Now, that's free of charge, completely free of charge. It's not a free trial, nothing like that. You just sign up with the coupon code, which I've already put in, which is English for All. Okay. Anyone who's watching the live stream, you can do this too. All you need to do is search Stax English IELTS Master Course on Google, and it will come up with this Udemy course. And then you just go down to coupon here and just write English for all capitals, no spaces, and you'll be able to join the course for free as well. This coupon code works until the 10th of October. So Amna, you can click the link and you should be able to sign straight up for that using an email address, okay? And that's lifetime membership. It's completely free, okay?
Okay, thank you.
No
It means
problem.
that I can take some practice test.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can do writing tests, reading tests, listening tests, and even speaking tests on this course. So feel free to sign up. You can choose whatever you want to learn. You go through and each section is a different topic about something related to IELTS. So it might be something related to history or the environment or social issues. And you can learn lots of vocabulary and do writing and reading tests and all sorts of different things, okay?
I have to note down your email ID. Can you please let me know your email ID? I have not noted it down.
I'll send you my email again in just a moment. But with this you just need your own email, okay? So just click that link and you can sign up. So I think some of the others are joining soon, but we'll just press on until they are. So have you clicked that link, Amna, that I just sent you for the Stax English IELTS Master Course?
Wait a minute, please.
Once you've done it, you just...
This is the link?
Yep,
No,
the link is in the chat box.
Okay, so Stax English, okay.
And it should say
now
free
I have
at the top,
opened it.
100% off.
Enter coupon, I have to write English for all?
No, you don't need to write it. It should already be written in there. So if it says free at the top, then it's already done.
It is free, okay.
Okay, so click enroll now. If it says free, click enroll now.
Okay.
Okay.
And here I have to insert my email ID.
Yep, you'll be asked for an email address, but that's it. Okay.
Okay. And role not RTD.
All right. So once you're done with that, I will be able to actually send you some of the details of today's lesson. So you'll be able to practice them along with me.
Okay, so what it means, your order is complete. You can access your course in the My Course section.
Done. It means you're in the course now. So you can open up the course now, and I will send you if your order is complete, I'll send you a link in just a moment so that you can follow along with the course as I go through it. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen, which we'll be doing a subject from the Stax English IELTS Master Course. And you will be able to access some of the things that I send you as well. Okay. So just before we go on, I'm just going to explain why I do these lessons, why I do them free of charge. Basically, I live in Vietnam. I live in Hanoi, and I do lessons for people online. These lessons are pay what you can afford lessons. So you can pay as much or as little as you like for this lesson. Your contribution helps poor families in Hanoi. So I have a group here in Hanoi called Help Hanoi's Homeless, which is a charitable campaign where we help needy families in Hanoi. So we pay for things like medical bills, education, educational supplies, rent, food, clothing, whatever else people need. So we help the poor and the needy here in Hanoi. So if you do want to make a donation, you can send money via PayPal to ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com, and you can send that in any currency you like. I will convert it into Vietnam Dong, and I will use it here to help needy families. If you're within Vietnam, you can use the information here in the corner, the QR code. I do these lessons every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday at the same time, which is 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. UTC +7, which is Hanoi time. So if you want to join again, then just use the same Zoom details as I sent you before on a Monday, a Tuesday, or a Thursday. Okay, and these lessons will be available for you. Pay whatever you can afford. If you can't afford anything, that's okay. Just encourage some friends to join so that they can chip in a little bit so that we can help some people here in Hanoi. Okay, so now that you're signed up to the IELTS course, what we're going to do is we're going to start with a video. So I'll send you the information for this lecture. So this topic, today's topic is bear rehabilitation. So we actually did this yesterday, but we're going to expand on it today and do more conversational stuff. Okay, so we're going to watch the video first. So if you could just keep your microphones off while I play the video, and I want you to just listen and read the subtitles as well as we go through. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Fluff and Scruff are two European brown bears. They may look happy and healthy now, but the start to their lives was very different. 5 years ago, they were the last two remaining bears kept in the notorious former bear breeding centre, Cormisosh.
So basically they lived in a huge concrete box or pit. There was no grass, there was no sort of shelters outside. It kind of just looked like a prison for bears, really. There was nothing enriching, nothing happy or anything. It was just very grey, very concrete, very barren.
In Bulgaria, European brown bears had been bred to be shot by trophy hunters for sport and kept in a row of concrete pits. At one point, over 75 bears were kept in each breeding centre, solely for hunting purposes. As a result, they expressed signs of trauma.
Yeah, so when the bears came in, they didn't behave like how healthy or mentally healthy bears would behave. There was a lot of signs of trauma, so they'd be pacing a lot. They had repetitive behaviour, not necessarily good behaviour, so a lot of pacing, a lot of head twisting, and they used to scrape along the floor, which damaged the underside of their paws. So this is all stress related and trauma related.
The law changed in 1993, banning captive bears from being hunted. However, the bears kept at these centres were simply left there, as the staff were dismissed and stopped coming in to look after them. It was up to outsiders to save these bears. Locals would come and feed them twice a day, which is what kept them alive.
They were emaciated, I'd say. If you're looking at weights, you're probably looking at 185 kilogram, when now you're looking at his top weight would be around 285 kilograms. They had no skills in their upbringing. Mother teaches them all the skills they acquire. So if they're not taught, they would just not find anything to eat until they used their nose and got in themselves into trouble. So they had to be taught to learn how to forage for themselves.
Alertis, a bear rescue organisation, contacted the Wildwood Trust and asked if we could give these last two bears a home. We raised the money through fundraisers, and after a 1,500-mile journey through 9 countries, the bears arrived in their new 1.5-acre woodland paradise in Kent. Complete with a plunge pool, waterfall, dens, and up to 50 species of native trees. This couldn't be further from the concrete pits of Cormasosh.
A lot of grass areas, which they use when they first come out of hibernation. They'll be eating grass mostly, so we've sown that with woodland species of grass that do well in the shaded areas. There's small shelters out there and large mounds, and the large mounds have been used for making dens in. The scruff particularly likes to dig these huge, vast dens.
Head keeper Paul looks after Fluff and Scruff and monitors their daily activities. In Bulgaria, the bears were fed maize meal porridge, so their digestive systems were not used to processing regular food. Every fruit, every vegetable they eat is recorded, as keepers complete the long process of rehabilitating their diet. Now, the bears are fed on a nutritious omnivorous diet, which is expertly balanced to the bears and the seasons. A variety of enrichment is scattered around their enclosure every morning, so they have to do the work to find it, just like wild bears would. Following their rehabilitation and therapy, the bears are now unrecognisable to the frail, malnourished bears they were before.
So we rescued Fluff and Scruff 5 years ago now, and a huge amount of the work that the amazing keeper team have been doing is to get them back into exhibiting normal bear behaviour, behaving like bears should do in the wild. And getting these poor, abused and neglected bears back to this level of health and vitality and natural behaviour has been a huge achievement. It's something I'm really proud of.
So they've undergone torpor now, they're foraging, just doing bear stuff. They spend the whole day just being bears rather than being in this concrete pit, essentially.
So when the bears first arrived, they were really underweight. They were completely out of all the natural rhythms of being a bear. And so we've got them back into those natural seasonal cycles and getting them to exhibit again as much of that natural bear behaviour as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's really rewarding just to see them sort of bounce back, like completely forgotten about their past life.
You know, the work we've done has been really nationally and internationally recognised now. We've won the Biazra Award for the rehabilitation of the bears. And we also had our keepers presenting at an international bear symposium on bear husbandry, really setting the standards for the best ways of looking after bears in captivity.
It's why you do the job. Part of the reason why you do the job. It's immensely satisfactory just to see them doing their stuff. I suppose ideally you would have them released, but that's not possible.
Okay, guys. So what we have here now is the transcript and the vocabulary bank. Sorry, who is it who just joined the lesson? I've got someone here as their name is IELTS. Have you just joined? What's your name?
Sir, I have to leave for home now. I will surely join tomorrow.
Okay, no problem. Yep, come and join us again tomorrow then.
Okay.
And you can actually check out the lesson. The lesson is available on YouTube. I'll send you the details of the YouTube channel. Okay, so if you type into YouTube Stax English, then you'll be able to see these lessons. Okay, so I'll be able to send this to you just so you can
Okay,
catch
thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
No problem, Amna. Right. Very good, very good. See you again tomorrow. All right, so the person who's just joined there, so You just joined the lesson. What is your name? Are you able to speak? Is your microphone working? Who is it who's just joined? What was are you not able to I see, okay, you're not able to speak. Okay, that's tricky. I understand. But you can still join the lesson, of course. So, yep, okay, no problem, no problem. So you can still join along. What we'll do is we'll go through some of the vocabulary. So just write in the chat box what you think the answer is to each question. Okay, so just write this in the chat box. And if you're watching the live stream, you can join along too. Okay, so let's go through. Let's play a little game here. And feel free, if you're watching on the live stream as well, to write down your answers. Oh, someone's just joined again. Hello. What's your name? Are you able to speak? Is your microphone working? No problem. Okay, so we've got a few people on the live stream. Oh, and hello, someone's just joined as well. Hello, is it Marin, is it? Okay.
Yes, hello.
Hello, Marin. How are you? Oh, sorry, it's not Marin, is it? What's your name? Sorry, how
Yes,
do I say
I'm
your
Marin.
name?
I recently joined.
Okay, we have you're
Okay,
Marin
okay.
and the other
Okay,
person there?
how are you?
I'm very good, thank you, Marin. How are you?
I'm fine, but I'm a little bit nervous because my exam is at 4th October and I'm
That's
still
okay.
weak in speaking module.
Don't worry at all. And the other person who just joined, what's your name? Sorry.
Yes, my name is Maya.
Maya.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you. Where are you from, Maya?
I'm from Oman.
Oman. Okay, fantastic. And Marin, where are you from?
I'm from Bangladesh.
Bangladesh. Okay, lovely. Okay, so we've got some late joiners. That's okay. What I'll do is I'll take you through some of the vocabulary that we're learning today. So if you know the word or want to have a guess, just speak or write down the answer. And the same to you guys who are watching on the live stream as well. You can just write down your answer and I'll be able to see it. Okay. So this is a quick vocabulary game where we basically just have to try to use the clues to figure out what the word is. So we've got 3 words here: upbringing, shelter, and breed. So first of all, this word is a noun. And the example is, he'd had a strict, and the freedom of college was unsettling. So what do we think that word could be? He'd had a strict. Any ideas? Anyone on the live stream got any ideas? Let's have a little clue, shall we? So let's have some clues. Okay, the definition is the training and rearing of a child or children. So when we raise a child or some children. Okay, so someone on the live stream there is saying upbringing, and you're absolutely right. Yep, well done. Your upbringing is the way you were raised. So it says here, he'd had a strict upbringing and the freedom of college was unsettling. Okay. Next, we have a transitive verb, and the definition is to cause or be more interesting, important, or to cause to be more interesting, important, or rewarding. So any idea what that word could be? When we make something more interesting, when we make something more rewarding. What is the word? Is it shelter, enrich, or emaciate? You can write your answer in the chat box if you're unsure. And if you're watching the live stream, feel free to write down what you think the answer is. What could it be, do you think? Any ideas? Okay, someone has written on the live screen chat, the word is enrich, and you're absolutely right. To enrich something is to make it more interesting, more important, or more rewarding. Very good. All right, well done. Okay, let's try the next one. So next we have a noun, and the related word is prize. So what word do we think of that could be associated with prize? What sort of words could be associated with the word prize? Yes, that's right. Yeah, trophy. So we can see a picture of a trophy here. So a prize for the best student. So feel free to jump in, guys, if you think you know the answer, or even if you don't. So a trophy is something serving as a token or memento of victory, excellence, or the like. An award. Right, very good. Next word. So we have an adjective now, and the example says, bird calls tend to be something, but I don't get tired of hearing them. So this means that you hear them again and again, lots of times. Any idea how we describe something that we hear again and again? Any idea?
Repetitive.
That's exactly right. Repetitive. Very good. So something that happens again and again. Good job, guys. All right. Next, we have a transitive verb. And the example is the judge, the witness. So that's quite tricky. Let's have a clue, shall we? A similar word is oust, which means to sort of get rid of somebody or something. And we also have to send away or allow to go away. Any idea what the word could be?
Dismiss.
Dismiss is right. Well done. So to send away or allow to go away. Very good. Is to dismiss. Good job, guys. Okay. Let's get some more clues to help us out. Next, we have an intransitive verb, which means to search for food or supplies, or to make a raid in search of them. So when we're looking around for food, when we're looking for food, what does it mean? What word is associated with that? Any idea? Okay, so someone in the live screen, the live streaming is saying forage, and that's absolutely right. To forage for food is to look around for food. Okay, very good. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is ordeal. So when we have to deal with something, when we have to go through something, to get something done. That's an ordeal, like a trial, like a punishment almost. And the definition of this word is an emotional shock that has a deep and lasting effect on one's mental health. So any idea what this word could be?
Trauma.
It's trauma. Well done. The trauma caused by seeing her parents murdered remained with her all her life. Right, very good. Next, we have a transitive verb, and the related word is black ball. So that's a bit confusing. The opposite word is permit. So when we permit something, we allow it. So this is the opposite of allowing something. The example here is the regime, most books that were written by dissident authors. So when we don't allow someone to read a book, what's the word? Any idea? When we do not allow people to read certain books, the word is ban. Well done. Yep, so to forbid something, to ban something is to ban a book. Is to not allow people to have it, to use it, to read it, to be involved with it. So the regime banned most books that were written by dissident authors. Okay, next we have a transitive verb, and a related word is gall, but I don't think that's very helpful, so let's have some clues. Okay, so a similar word is sand, and the definition is to rub the surface of something with something sharp or abrasive, as for cleaning or removing material. So when we really sort of go against a material to remove something from it. What could that word be? Any idea? Anyone on the live stream? Yep, the word is scrape. To scrape something is to scratch it, to rub the surface with something sharp or abrasive. Next, we have an adjective, and a synonym is colossal. Colossal means very, very, very big. So what do you think the word could be? Any ideas, guys?
Huge.
It's huge. Well done. Huge. So we can see a picture of a huge hand here. Yep. Very good. Something very, very large. Right, let's try another one. Next, we have a noun, and a synonym is jail. So you usually would go to jail before you go to this place. So what could the word be? What do you think? Let's take some of them away. So this time we have breed or prison. What could the word be? Anybody on the live stream have any ideas? What this word could be? Yes, that's prison. Well done. He was convicted of the crime and sent to prison for 10 years. Very good. So we can see a picture of a prison there, and it's a building for confining criminals or those accused of crimes. Good. Okay. Let's try another one. Next, we have a noun, and the definition is the continuous safety and protection from the elements afforded by a home or other dwelling. So this is something that where we're provided safety from things like rain and wind and sun.
Shelter.
It's shelter. Very good. Yep. So we've got an example here. Food, clothing, and shelter are basic necessities. Very good. Next, we have a transitive verb. And the definition is to waste away the flesh of, usually by starvation or disease. So when somebody is extremely thin, we would describe them using the noun form of this verb, but we would describe what has happened to them using this verb. Any idea what this could be? Okay. We've got someone saying emaciate. Very good. Emaciate. So here's an example. The illness had emaciated her to the point that she was nearly unrecognizable. So emaciate is to make someone very, very thin, wasting away. Next, we have a verb, and the definition is to produce offspring or to give birth to something. Any ideas again? Yep, that's right. It's breed. Well done. The healthy animals will soon breed offspring. Very good. So when we procreate new babies, new offspring. The next word is a noun, and a related word is glory. Let's have some clues. Okay, this is a state or place of extreme beauty, delight, or joy. So how would we describe this place? So you guys on the live stream, you can write down. It's paradise. Very good. Yep, absolutely. Paradise. Okay. So paradise is, yeah, a beautiful place, a perfect place. So an example here, Tahiti is an island paradise. Very good. Let's try the next set of vocabulary words. Very good. Well done, you guys on the live stream as well. We're going to try some new words now. So we have an adjective this time. Human beings are something as a species, but some humans choose to avoid animal foods. So this word is related to what we eat, meaning we eat both animals and plants. So what is the word? Any idea? It's an adjective.
Omnivorous.
Very good. It's omnivorous. Fantastic. Omnivorous. Yep. So we can talk about animals or humans being omnivorous if they eat both plants and animals. So bears, of course, are omnivorous, as are humans. Next, we have an adjective, and a related word is salubrious, but that's not a great clue. So let's have some more clues. Containing a large proportion or high concentration of nutrients. So there's a big clue in the word there. So when something has lots of vitamins and minerals, what is it?
Nutritious.
Nutritious, very good. And the example here says her doctor strongly advised her to eat more nutritious foods during her pregnancy. Good stuff. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a similar word is free. So when someone is free, as in they've been released from something, released from their job. What do you think the word could be? Let's have a clue. To send away or allow to go away. What is this word? The instructor, the class early. So it's when you say to people, you can go, don't worry, or you can leave, or you have to leave in some cases. Okay. The word is dismiss. Well done.
Dismiss.
Yep, that's right. Well done. To dismiss someone is to let them go. The instructor dismissed the class early. Very good. Next, we have a noun. When I listen to this music, I'm in, and this is a beautiful, lovely, heavenly place. What place are we talking about? Anyone on the live stream? Yep, well done. It's paradise. Good. Paradise, yeah, is a state or place of extreme beauty, delight, or joy. Welcome to the lesson, new person who just joined. Let's try the next one. We have a transitive verb here, and a similar word is lacerate. So lacerate is when you kind of rip something open. The boy, his knee on the pavement. What could the word be? Any ideas, you guys? This is a word, it's a verb when one thing moves against another in an abrasive way. Any idea what the word could be? How about you guys who are watching on the live stream? Scrape is the right answer. Well done. So scrape means to injure or damage by sliding or rubbing against something sharp or abrasive. Okay? You scrape something like a scratch. Okay, let's try a few more. Snakes in this region during the cold months. So this is a word, a verb, meaning that to describe something animals do when they sleep for a long period of time, when there's not much food. Any idea, you guys? Sort of sleeping or hiding out in a cave for a long time. This is something that bears do. Any idea? The word is hibernate. Very good. So to hibernate is to remain dormant or sleep, barely using any energy over the winter in a den or burrow so as to conserve energy, as bears and other animals tend to do. Next, we have a noun, meaning the training and rearing of a child or children. So when we raise a child, when we help a child to grow, when we look after a child, we're describing a noun, which is that child's what? Is anyone able to answer us on the live stream or in the Zoom room?
Upbringing.
Upbringing is exactly right. Well done. So upbringing. Good job. Yeah. So one's upbringing influences one's decisions later in life. Good stuff. Next, we have a noun, and a related word is kind. So we're talking about a kind, not as in somebody is nice, but a kind, as in a type of something. What do we mean?
Species, the last one.
Well done.
Species.
A species, yeah, a type of animal, a kind of animal. Very good. A transitive verb now. The illness had her to the point that she was nearly unrecognizable. So what do we mean by, what word is missing here? The illness had her. So it had made her very, very thin, and very skinny. What could this be? Illness had made her very, very what? Made her very, very thin. The word is emaciate. Emaciate, yep. The illness had, and it would be past tense, emaciated her to the point that she was nearly unrecognizable. And emaciate means to waste away the flesh of, usually by starvation or disease, to make something extremely thin. Okay. All right. Very good. Let's try the next one. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is spirit. So this is sort of related to life, this word. Energy. Can anybody think of what the word could be? A synonym is bounce. Exuberance, energy, and vigor. Big clue with vigor there. It comes from the same Latin root word. Any guesses for anyone watching on the live stream?
Maybe it is vitality.
Vitality, very good. Yep, good job, guys. Vitality is, now you've got the word vi in there, which is Latin for life. So anything with vi in it usually has something to do with life, like vigor, vitamin, vitality, vital signs. It's a somewhat interesting play, but it lacks vitality, meaning it needs to be a bit more lively and exciting and energetic. All right, great stuff, guys. Okay, last round now. We'll buy one of each. Grass is for cows. So grass is something that cows go around eating. And this is the noun form of what is more commonly used in a verb form, which is the verb form means to go around and gather food.
I think is forage.
It is forage. Very good. Well done. So it's forage. So forage can be used as a noun, meaning food for grazing animals, horses or cattle, or just any sort of food that can feed grazing animals. Well done. Okay, next we have a transitive verb, and the opposite word is permit. So when we don't permit something, when we don't allow something, what is the word?
Ban.
It's ban. Well done. To prohibit something, to ban it, to forbid it. The regime banned most books that were written by dissident authors. Well done, guys. Next, we have an adjective, and we have an image here. Strange image of a person wearing a hat and glasses. Let's have some more clues. Okay. He had lost so much weight that he was... Now, this person, you couldn't even... They didn't look anything like how they looked before. So what adjective are we using to describe this person? He had lost so much weight that he was... Any idea?
Unrecognizable.
Well done. Unrecognizable. We can't even tell who they are anymore. Next, we have a noun, and the synonym is deed. So a deed is something you do. Let's have a few more clues. Something successfully carried through, especially through bold or brave action or thought. So it's something you do.
Achievement.
It's an achievement. Well done. Winning the chess competition at his age was a great achievement. Very good. Next, we have an adjective, and a related word is repetitious. And that's very similar to the actual word. It's very similar indeed.
Repetitive.
Repetitive. Yeah. So repetitive is something happening or being produced again and again and again. It's repetitive. Very good. All right, fantastic, guys. Okay, so now that we've learned the vocabulary, I would like to repeat the video about bear rehabilitation. And you should notice the vocabulary words as they're used in context, okay? So we'll watch this video. Now, I know you guys weren't here right from the beginning, so you probably didn't see it right at the start, but we will rewatch it anyway, so you can understand what this lesson is about. And then we'll do a quick quiz game. And after that, we will do some speaking, practice about zoos and bears and rewilding and all sorts of things like that. So once this is loaded up, so this is the video on the unit Bear Rehabilitation on the Stax English IELTS Master Course. It's a course where you can practice lots of topic-based IELTS. So you can do reading and writing and listening and speaking, all manner of different things. See if this will load in quicker. If you want, now you can join the course free of charge by clicking the link. While that loads, I'll just quickly show you how you can join the course yourself for free. So very, very quickly, you can click this link and you can join up to this course for free for life. Okay, so this is only available to people with this coupon code. The coupon code is English for All. If you click that link in the chat box, the coupon code should automatically be applied and you should be able to click Enroll Now and join the course for free. So please join up and you can actually follow along with these classes much more easily when you have the link to the course. And on top of that, you also have access to the course outside of these lessons, so you can practice any of the modules on your own, in your own time. So just waiting for this to load now. Okay, good. We'll watch the video one more time. Okay, and then we'll do a quiz and we'll do some speaking, okay?
Fluff and Scruff are two European brown bears. They may look happy and healthy now, but the start to their lives was very different. 5 years ago, they were the last two remaining bears kept in the notorious former bear breeding centre, Cormisosh.
So basically they lived in a huge concrete box or pit. There was no grass, there was no sort of shelters outside. It kind of just looked like a prison for bears, really. There was nothing enriching, nothing happy or anything. It was just very grey, very concrete, and very barren.
In Bulgaria, European brown bears had been bred to be shot by trophy hunters for sport and kept in a row of concrete pits. At one point, over 75 bears were kept in each breeding centre, solely for hunting purposes. As a result, they expressed signs of trauma.
Yeah, so when the bears came in, they didn't behave like how healthy or mentally healthy bears would behave. There was a lot of signs of trauma, so they'd be pacing a lot. They had repetitive behaviour, not necessarily good behaviour, so a lot of pacing, a lot of head twisting, and they used to scrape along the floor, which damaged the underside of their paws. So this is all stress related and trauma related.
The law changed in 1993, banning captive bears from being hunted. However, the bears kept at these centres were simply left there, as the staff were dismissed and stopped coming in to look after them. It was up to outsiders to save these bears. Locals would come and feed them twice a day, which is what kept them alive.
They were emaciated, I'd say. if you're looking at weights, you're probably looking at 185 kilogram, when now you're looking at his top weight would be around 285 kilograms. They had no skills in their upbringing. Mother teaches them all the skills they acquire. So if they're not taught, they would just not find anything to eat until they used their nose and got themselves into trouble. So they had to be taught to learn how to forage for themselves.
Alertis, a bear rescue organisation, contacted the Wildwood Trust and asked if we could give these last two bears a home. We raised the money through fundraisers, and after a 1,500-mile journey through 9 countries, the bears arrived in their new 1.5-acre woodland paradise in Kent. Complete with a plunge pool, waterfall, dens, and up to 50 species of native trees. This couldn't be further from the concrete pits of Cormasosh.
A lot of grass areas, which they use when they first come out of hibernation. They'll be eating grass mostly, so we've sown that with woodland species of grass that do well in the shaded areas. There's small shelters out there and large mounds, and the large mounds have been used for making dens in. The scruff particularly likes to dig these huge, vast dens.
Head keeper Paul looks after Fluff and Scruff and monitors their daily activities. In Bulgaria, the bears were fed maize meal porridge, so their digestive systems were not used to processing regular food. Every fruit, every vegetable they eat is recorded, as keepers complete the long process of rehabilitating their diet. Now, the bears are fed on a nutritious omnivorous diet, which is expertly balanced to the bears and the seasons. A variety of enrichment is scattered around their enclosure every morning, so they have to do the work to find it, just like wild bears would. Following their rehabilitation and therapy, the bears are now unrecognisable to the frail, malnourished bears they were before.
So we rescued Fluff and Scruff 5 years ago now, and a huge amount of the work that the amazing keeper team have been doing is to get them back into exhibiting normal bear behaviour, behaving like bears should do in the wild. And getting these poor, abused and neglected bears back to this level of health and vitality and natural behaviour has been a huge achievement. It's something I'm really proud of.
So they've undergone torpor now, they're foraging, just doing bear stuff. They spend the whole day just being bears rather than being in this concrete pit, essentially.
So when the bears first arrived, they were really underweight. They were completely out of all the natural rhythms of being a bear. And so we've got them back into those natural seasonal cycles and getting them to exhibit again as much of that natural bear behaviour as we possibly can.
Yeah, it's really rewarding just to see them sort of bounce back, like completely forgotten about their past life.
You know, the work we've done has been really nationally and internationally recognised now. We've won the Biazra Award for the rehabilitation of the bears. And we also had our keepers presenting at an international bear symposium on bear husbandry, you know, really setting the standards for the best ways of looking after bears in captivity.
It's why you do the job. Part of the reason why you do the job. It's immensely satisfactory just to see them doing their stuff. I suppose ideally you would have them released, but that's not possible.
Okay, so we can see some of the words there in context. What we're going to do now is a little quiz game about bears. So please just answer whatever you think is the correct answer. You guys who are watching on the live stream as well, you can just write whatever you think the answer is. So, what do black and brown bears do during the winter? Is it collect berries, hibernate, or play in the snow? So what do we think? You can write A, B, or C. Whatever you... It's hibernate. You're absolutely right. Yeah. They hibernate, they sleep, they conserve energy. Okay, next up. What do bears use to dig to find bugs? Do they use claws, ears, or fur? Claws, ear, or fur. It's claws. Yep, absolutely. Very good. Next up. These bears are really good climbers. So what type of bear is it a really good climber? Polar bears, black bears, or grizzly bears?
Grizzly bears.
It's not grizzly bears, actually. Black bears are the good climbers. I believe grizzly bears can climb, but I think black bears are the ones that can really climb very high and very fast. What about bears that eat bamboo?
C. Giant panda.
I believe it is the giant panda, isn't it? Yep, the giant panda eats bamboo. Very good. Bears can hear very well. Is that true or false? What do you think? Do you think true or false?
I think it's true.
It is true, yep. They can hear very well. What about this bear lives in the Arctic? Is it the panda, the polar bear, or the sun bear? Lives in the Arctic. So look at that. The Arctic is cold.
Polar bear.
It's the polar bear. Very good. Yeah, absolutely. The polar bear lives in the Arctic. These bears do not hibernate. So when it gets cold, they do not hibernate. There's two answers to this question. Is it the giant panda, the polar bear, the grizzly bear, or the black bear? There's two answers. So someone on the live chat is saying pandas. Any other bear that doesn't hibernate?
Yeah, maybe giant panda.
Giant panda, yep. And any others? There's one more answer as well.
I think grizzly bear.
Grizzly bear.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. So the grizzly bear was wrong, but the giant panda was right. It's the polar bear and the giant panda that do not hibernate. Yep, very good. Bears use their fur to blend into their surroundings. This is called what? What's it called when bears blend in so they can't be seen as easily? Is it hibernation, habitat, or camouflage?
B. Habitat.
Think habitat? It's not habitat. It's actually called camouflage. So when an animal looks like its surroundings, so this polar bear is white and the snow is white, it's called camouflage. Next up, these bears live in China. Giant panda, grizzly bears, or sloth bears? So it's a bear
Absolutely giant panda.
It is the giant panda, isn't it? Well done. Very, very good. Next up, bears are omnivorous, or bears are omnivores. This means they eat only meat and plants, or only plants. So remember when we learned the word omnivorous? So an omnivorous animal, like a human or a bear, eats. Anyone on the live chat? Anyone on the live stream want to answer? It's meat and plants. So, yep. Only meat is carnivore. Only plants is herbivore. But omnivore eats both. Omni is a word meaning everything. This helps to keep the bear warm. Is it teeth, paws, or fur? Teeth, paws, or fur?
Fur.
It's the fur. Very good. Fur keeps a bear warm. Good job. Next up. This is where black and brown bears hibernate. Is it up in trees, in a den, or in meadows?
I think B, den.
It is, yeah. It was mentioned in the video that the bears dig dens, don't they? So they dig little holes like that. Bears like to eat honey, true or false?
That is true.
It's often seen in cartoons, but it is actually true. You get things like Winnie the Pooh loving honey, but yes, it is true.
Yes.
Bears' diet includes fish, true or false? So we've got 3 answers here. So does it include, do bears eat fish? Yes or no?
Yes.
How about berries? Do they eat berries?
Yes.
How about
Yes.
rocks?
No.
No. Plants?
Yes.
So then that would mean they don't eat dirt or spaghetti. I mean, they probably would eat spaghetti, but definitely not something they would commonly eat. And what do the bear's sharp teeth help them do? Is it tear meat apart, chew plants, or growl?
A, tear apart meat.
Tear apart meat is right. Well done. All right, good job, guys. Well done. Great work. Got 15 out of 18 there, so good job. All right, let's try a little bit of conversation practice. So let's talk about some of these questions. So are zoos a good thing for animals? So we can see this on the Stax English course. So let's start with this first question. How do zoos help with conservation? So conservation, what is conservation? Can anyone tell me? When we conserve an animal.
I think we can conserve animals and
Yeah.
especially through zoos, it provides animals, especially natural animals with fruits or like meat, and it's also help them avoid the crime, I think. I don't
Crime.
say crime
Like poachers.
yeah.
Yeah, so poachers are people who shoot the animals. Yep, so zoos can definitely help by keeping animals alive and keeping them safe from poachers, which can mean that endangered animals or animals that are at risk of dying out can be conserved or saved via zoos. Are animals happier living in zoos? What do you guys think? What are your thoughts?
I think no,
Why do you think no?
because they cannot feel free as they are live in the wild or the forests.
That's definitely true. So there isn't as much freedom in the zoo, of course, as there is when they live in the wild. Yep, absolutely right. Yep. Depending on their enclosure, they may be living in sort of a very small cage, which is not very nice, or they may be living in a more open enclosure. But either way, the wild is almost certainly going to be more freeing. Is it ethical? Meaning, is it good? Is it okay? Is it acceptable to keep animals in captivity for our entertainment? Is that a good thing to be doing or not? And why? Any ideas? So when we talk about something being ethical, we're talking about whether it is acceptable, whether it's a good thing to do or a bad thing to do. Does it cause damage? Does it cause harm? Does it cause misery? So when we keep animals locked up in cages just so that we can stare at them or watch them do things, most people would say that that is not ethical behavior. Let's do one more. Do zoos inspire people to protect and nurture animals? What do you guys think? Do zoos have the effect of when little children see animals in zoos, does that encourage them to protect animals and to nurture animals? What do you think?
I think yes, because such as children or kids, they can see the animals in the zoo and they can receive more knowledge about animals, and so it also affect the children's or people's behavior, like they want to protect it because they can see it, and like because the animal are still alive, so it's like a responsibility.
Very good. Yeah. So you can be inspired to protect and nurture animals by seeing them because you realize that you have a duty to protect the world. Okay, guys, so great work today. Now, you can, if you like, you can do a writing task here, which is about wild animals and conservation. Now, this mimics the IELTS writing task 2, which is an opinion piece. Now, you can click the link in the chat box and you can do this on the Udemy course, and I will mark it for you and tell you what you did well, what you can improve. You can also look at other students and what they have done and see, what you can learn from it. You can also look at an example answer from me and see what a level 9 answer would look like. And you can also give and get feedback from other people who have filled this in. So if you want to do that, make sure that you're signed up to the Udemy course. The Udemy course is free of charge for you guys. Now, it's normally costs money, but because you're joining my class right now, I'm offering it to you for free. That's not a free trial. It's just free forever. There's no point where you'll ever have to pay for this course. If you click the link in the chat box and click enroll now. And for you watching on the live stream, you guys, you can type in Stax English IELTS Master Course into Google and open it up and then type in English for All down here at the coupon part, okay, and click apply and then click enroll now. That coupon will work until the 10th of October, I believe. So if you're watching this video after the 10th of October, it probably will not work. So well done today, guys. I'm just going to quickly let you know about these classes and so you can join the next ones. So these classes are done every Monday, Tuesday and Thursday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. UTC +7, that's Hanoi time. These classes are pay what you can afford. So if you can afford to send me a little bit of money, I would very much appreciate it. You can send money via PayPal using ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com. Or if you're in Vietnam, scan the QR code here using your banking app and you can pay me directly. So all of the money I receive is used to help pay for food, medical expenses, education, rent, and other things for homeless or poor people living in Hanoi. Okay, so if you want to check out my charitable campaign, it's Help Hanoi's Homeless on Facebook. It's a group. You can join that and have a look at it and see some of the things that we do. So I put on these classes to help the needy around Hanoi. So if you can make any kind of donation, any kind of just anything you can afford, then I will use it to help people who are struggling. If you're unable to make a donation this time, that's okay. But please tell your friends about this lesson so that they can join. Maybe one of those can make a donation. Okay. So guys, before we finish, is there anything I can go over with you or anything I can help you with?
Well, thank you for your lessons today. And I'm
No
so
problem.
glad
No problem
to
at all.
hear your support.
No problem at all. Please feel free to join again in the future. So we have this, our next lesson will be on Thursday, same time, 6 p.m. Hanoi time. So feel free to join again. And thank you for joining the lesson today. Yep. And let other people know. Let other people who want to learn English know about these lessons, okay?
Okay.
One final time, I'm going to leave you with the link in the chat box for the Stax English IELTS course on Udemy. If you click that link, you can sign up completely free. And when you come to these lessons in the future, you can follow along as I'm teaching it. So, and you can also learn in your own time. So please sign up to that. All right, guys, I'm going to finish there. So bye-bye for now, and I'll see you again on Thursday, okay?
Okay, goodbye.
All right, goodbye, guys. Take
Thank you
care.
so much.
Bye-bye for now. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye for now.
Hi, teacher.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
good, thank you, Fuan. Yep.
Yeah.
How's your week so far?
Yeah, I'm quite busy, but because of rain, so maybe I always have to stay at my office longer than usual.
Really? Is that
Yeah,
because of the rain, the flooding?
yeah, flooding everywhere,
Oh dear, that's no good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all. Yeah, how bad is it in what part of the city are you working in?
I work. My office is close to the Juan Kim Lake.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I know Wang Lake.
Yeah. How
Sounds quite
about I saw is you have many activity to support for the
Yeah, we're
yeah.
trying to. I mean, I've been offering. I've had a few people, as well as myself, offering to shelter people who are affected by the flooding. So I'm offering that and trying to find ways that we can help people who've lost their homes and things like that. So yeah, so we're trying to. Well, as part of the reason I'm doing these classes is to try to help people who are in those situations.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully we can get some help to the people in need. It seems like a lot of it's in the countryside, though, isn't it? A lot of the worst damage is out in the rural areas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, good.
Mm.
Yeah.
I think
Sorry,
it's
go on.
Yeah, I think it's very nice when you can organize many people to join your helpful activities. To support.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll try and get some help out to people as soon as we reasonably can, and try to keep abreast of activities that are going on to help people too. Yeah. Yeah. So just before we begin the lesson, so we've got some people watching on the live stream, and obviously you're joining on Zoom. So if you're watching on the live stream, these lessons are pay what you can afford. So you can pay as much or as little as you like for this lesson, and your contribution helps poor families in Hanoi. If you are outside of Vietnam, you can pay via PayPal using the email address ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com. And if you're in Vietnam, you can scan the QR code to pay directly. And all funds will be used to support the needy families in Hanoi with things like food, rent, and medical bills, and education, and various other things through my charitable campaign, which is called Help Hanoi's Homeless. So we'll have these lessons every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. UTC +7, which is Vietnam time. Okay, we've just had some more people joining. Hello, new person. Is it Phuong as well? Is it?
Hello,
Phuong.
teacher.
Hello. Is your name Phuong?
Yes. My name
Okay.
is Bảo Phương.
Bao Phuong. Okay, I'm going to call one of you Bao Phuong and the other one Phuong. Okay, just so that we don't get confused. How are you, Bao Phuong?
I'm 16 years old.
So you're 16. How are you? How are you feeling?
I feel shy, a little shy.
A bit shy. Okay, that's okay. So don't worry, Bao Phuong. We're just going to we'll take things very slowly, and if you're a bit shy about speaking, that's okay. You can just write things in the chat box if you want to, okay?
Thank you.
No problem. So today's lesson, guys, we're going to learn about gorillas. Okay, so before we begin, I'm just going to share the course, my course with you guys, so you can sign up. This is a course on Udemy. It's the Stax English IELTS Master Course. I'm offering it to you guys free of charge. Okay, so if you want to follow along with this lesson, you can click this link in the chat box. So that's udemy.com/course/Stax English IELTS / coupon code equals English for all. So what you can do is you can type in, if you're not able to click this link, you can type in Stax English IELTS Master Course on Google, and you can join up that way. Now, it should be free of charge, 100% off, lifetime access, if you enter in the coupon English for all. Okay, so if you've not got access to this link, you just have to enter in the coupon English for all capitals, no spaces, and then click enroll now, and you can sign up just using an email address. So if you're watching on the live stream, you can do this as well. Someone's just joined again, so hello, Bounty. How are you?
Hello, teacher. I'm good. How about you?
I'm very good, thank you. A little tired, but doing well. Thank you for joining. So, guys, we're going to go through. We're going to open up the module now, which is about gorillas. Okay, so we'll start by just watching the video. Now, if you've already signed up to the Stax English IELTS Master Course, you can actually click this link and it will bring up the module we're going to do today. So we'll open up this video, and if we can keep our microphones off just while we watch, and I'll put the subtitles on so that we can read as we watch the video, okay? So going to turn off my microphone now.
Gorillas are one of 3 groups of African apes. They are divided into 2 species, the western gorilla and the eastern gorilla. Gorillas may be aggressive when attacked or provoked, but they are naturally gentle. They are generally herbivores, which means that they eat plants, but they also eat insects. A gorilla's lifespan in the wild is between 35 and 40 years, although zoo gorillas may live for 50 years or more because they have more food and healthcare. Gorillas are large apes. They can be strong like chimpanzees and orangutans. An adult male gorilla can weigh up to 225 kilograms and stand 1.8 meters in height. Gorillas live in family groups called troops. They have a broad chest, wide shoulders, short legs, and long arms. They have black skin and hair. Adult male gorillas' hair becomes silver or grey on their backs as they become older. Because of that, older males are called silverbacks. Gorillas live in the rainforests in Central Africa. They mostly live on the ground, but they can also climb. When on the ground, they walk on their feet and finger knuckles. Troops of gorillas wander slowly through the forests of Central Africa. For about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites. For the rest of the day, they lay in the sun and play with their children. If another gorilla threatens them, the troop's leader, the silverback, protects them by rearing up and beating his chest. Although mostly vegetarian, they have long canine teeth or fangs that the adult male sometimes uses to fight each other for the troop leadership. Gorillas sleep in nests that they build on the ground. At the end of each day, each adult gorilla spends a few minutes putting together a soft, flat bed made of leaves, branches, and moss. The young gorillas sleep with their mothers. The gestation period of a gorilla lasts between 8 and 10 months. Gorillas almost always produce one offspring. Twins are rare. Gorilla babies begin to hang on to their mothers when they are only a few hours old and will continue to do so for the next 3 years.
Okay, so what we have next is the transcript, which of course we can read through. So if you've already signed up to the Stax English IELTS Master Course, you can read the transcript by clicking the link in the chat box or just clicking the next section along from the video. So let me just pop that in there for you. Okay, so we'll use that a bit later. What we want to do now is we want to practice some vocabulary games, okay, so that we can review the vocabulary from the previous lesson. If you were not here in the previous lesson, that's okay. You can just watch along and learn the vocabulary, okay? So, first of all, we'll start with this game called Guess What? And we just have to try to figure out what the word is. Is it insect, gentle, or broad? So we have an adjective, so that gives us a clue right away. An antonym is narrow, so the opposite word is narrow. So if you want to say the word or write the word down in the chat box, and if you're watching on the live stream, you can type in the word that you believe it is as well. Any ideas what this word could be?
I think it's broad.
You are absolutely right. It is broad. Very good. So let me just get that in there. Yep. So broad, a synonym of broad is wide, which is another vocabulary word that we have today. And the example there is the road stretched out across the broad valley. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and this is a long pointed tooth, such as the canine tooth of carnivorous animals, or the hollow grooved tooth by which a venomous snake injects its poison. So we're talking about something sharp, big sharp teeth.
Is fang.
It is a fang. Well done. Very good. The snake sunk its fang or fangs into its prey. Next, we have a noun, and the definition is, in biology, the most fundamental classification of living things. So we're talking about types of animals, different types of animals that can breed together and produce babies.
They are species.
You're quite right. It's species. Very good. And we can see two animals of the same species here with their little babies. Next, we have an adjective, and the example is a horizon. So a horizon is as far as you can see, and it spreads out very, very, and that's the adjective. If anyone on the live stream wants to have a guess as well. A synonym is vast.
Is wide.
You are quite right. It is wide, meaning extending over a considerable or large area from side to side. Very good. Next, we have an intransitive verb. Now, this word isn't well known. So let's have another couple of words in there. So we've got ramble or walk. Look at the word.
Wander.
It is wander. Well done. To wander, to move about with no purpose, aim, or plan, or at no definitive pace. To roam. Very good. Well done, guys. Let's have some clues to help us out. Next, we have an adjective characterized by hostility in action. So hostility is when we are not very nice to people, forceful. So what could this word be?
Aggressive.
It's aggressive. Well done. Aggressive. So we've got some other terms here like militant. And an example, the small nation could not defend against its aggressive neighbor. Very good. We're doing well so far. Next, we have another noun, and we've got an image here of some trees, some leaves, vine plants.
Is a rainforest.
Yes, and we may also call it the jungle. So the rainforest is a dense forest of evergreens and heavy undergrowth in a tropical area that receives abundant rainfall throughout the year. So rainforest, very good. Next we have a noun, and the definition is the child, young, or descendant of a particular parent or ancestor. So what does this mean? Any idea?
Offsprings.
Very good. Just offspring. We don't need to pluralize it. So your offspring are your children, your brood or your spawn. We can see the picture here of the offspring, the babies. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and this is any of the rounded joints of a finger, especially the joint that connects the finger to the hand.
Is a knuckle.
It is a knuckle. Well done. And we have a silent K there, so we don't say the K, we just knuckle. Very good. Next, we have a verb. She, him with a gun. So this is when we aggressively demand something.
Threaten.
Breton. Well done, guys. Yep. To declare intent to harm or punish. Very good. All right, we're flying through this. Well done. Great job. Next, we have a noun, and a similar word is bug. It's not the same as a bug all the time.
Insect.
It's an insect. Very good. So an insect has 6 legs and 3 segments of their body, a head, a thorax, and an abdomen, which we can see here. So often we will call insects bugs, but not all bugs are insects. So a spider, which has 8 legs, is not an insect. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a synonym is move. Can we guess the word just based on that?
Wander.
Wander, very good. Oh,
No.
okay. I was wrong. Apologies. I
Yeah.
thought it would be wander too. It's not, it's provoke. Okay, so we should go for more clues next time. Yeah. So to provoke someone is to incite a person to anger, annoyance, deep emotion, or action. So when we provoke somebody, we kind of encourage them to do something. And usually that's to do something bad, to do something aggressive. Right. Okay, very good. Next, we have a transitive verb, and the similar word is cultivate. So when we cultivate something, we sort of grow it, raise it, bring it up. So a tricky one. Let's take 2 away. So we have species or rear.
Rear.
Rear is right. Well done. Yep. To raise something to maturity. Now, in this context, in the context of gorillas rear their young. But in the video, it says the gorilla rears up on its hind legs, meaning it rises up like this. So it can also mean, as well as sort of raise, as in to raise to maturity, a child, it can also mean to go up and get up on your hind legs like a horse, or in this case, a gorilla. Next, we have a noun, and this is a structure used by a bird to lay eggs and rear young. We can see the word right there. Often constructed on a tree, in high grass, or in a cavity using twigs, fibers, and the like.
Is nest.
It is a nest. Well done. A nest. And we can see the nest there. Now, it's not always birds that make nests. Gorillas make nests. Wolves make nests. Lots of animals make nests. Now we have an adjective, and a synonym is benevolent. So when something is benevolent, it's generally harmless, friendly, not
Gentle.
It's gentle, very good. And you may notice that the opposite word, well, it says stern there, but another antonym of benevolent is malevolent. And you'll see that words like mal, anything with mal in it, is usually something bad. So you'll have words like malicious, malignant, or even the disease malaria. Mal means bad. And when we have words like beginning with ben, it's usually something good. Benevolent, benefit, beneficial, benediction. These all mean good things. So a benevolent person or animal is kind, sweet, tender, or at very least, harmless. Here we have another noun, and we've got the picture again.
Is nest.
It's a nest. Yep, very good. Well done. Next, we have a transitive verb, and a related word is toss. So let's have some clues, because that's not entirely clear, is it? So let's have a few clues. To raise to maturity.
Rear.
Is to rear or to raise up. In the case of the video there to rear up, as in stand up. And next we have an adjective, and the opposite word is ferocious. That's the opposite. Let's have some clues. So,
Gracious.
keen, merciful, possessing a kind or generous disposition, tender or sweet. Any idea
Gentle.
anyone's got it there? It's gentle. Very good, guys. Gentle. Thank you. Transitive verb again. By these demonstrations, they hoped to politicians into taking action. So this is a verb where we're trying to get people to take action. What does it mean? What is the word?
I think is provoke. Is to provoke.
Any ideas, guys? To incite someone to action?
I think it's to provoke.
Sorry, say that one more time, Bowney.
Provoke.
Provoke is right. Well done. Provoke, to encourage someone to do something, usually something bad. Okay. Well done, guys. That was great. What we're going to do now is we're going to try another game. Just wait for it to load. So whilst we're waiting for it to load, it's a good idea just to review the vocabulary bank on the Stax English IELTS Master Course. And you can have a look through that and see if there are any terms that you're unfamiliar with. See if you can use them in a sentence. So just wait a moment while it loads on. Okay, and we're back in. Okay. All right, you guys. So let's try a quick tic-tac-toe game. Okay, so this should be nice and easy, I think. We're going to start by choosing a square. So we will have some letters across the top in bold. Let's make them a bit larger. Okay, A, B, and C. And then down the side, we'll have 1, 2, and 3. So can somebody choose a square for me? A1, B1, C1, A2, B2, C2. It's just a simple game of tic-tac-toe.
B2, please.
B2, okay. Right, let's do it quickly. So a dense forest of evergreens and heavy undergrowth in a tropical area that receives abundant rainfall throughout the year.
It's a rainforest.
Very good. Rainforest. Okay, could you choose another one?
A1.
A1, sure. Okay, so to declare intent to harm or punish.
Threaten.
To threaten, very good. And let's choose one more to get 3 in a row.
C3.
C3, very good. A structure used by a bird to lay eggs and rear young.
Is a nest.
Great stuff, well done. All right, good job. Let's try another one. So choose a square.
A2.
A2, very good. To raise to maturity.
Is to rear.
To rear, very good. Choose another letter and number.
B2.
B2, okay, very good. Any group of small invertebrate animals that have segmented bodies, 3 pairs of legs, and usually 1 or 2 sets of wings.
Is an insect.
It is, well done. And then choose another square.
C2.
C2, okay. The child, young, or descendant of a particular parent or ancestor.
It's offspring.
Offspring, very good. The offspring, great stuff. Well done. Let's try another one. So choose a letter and number.
A3.
A3, very good. Extending over a considerable or large area from side to side.
A wide.
Wide, very good. Choose another square.
B3.
B3. Any of the rounded joints of a finger, especially the joint that connects the finger to the hand.
Is knuckle.
It's a knuckle, well done. Okay, one more square.
C3.
C3, okay, very good. To move about with no purpose, aim, or plan at no definite pace. To roam.
Is wander.
To wander, very good. All right, great stuff. Let's do one more. Choose a square.
C1.
C1, okay, very good. Characterized by hostility in action.
Is aggressive.
Aggressive, very good. Choose another square.
B2, please.
B2. In biology, the most fundamental classification of living things.
Is special.
Species.
Species.
Species, very good. And one more.
A3.
A3. A long pointed tooth, such as the canine tooth of carnivorous animals or the hollow groove tooth by which a venomous snake injects its poison.
Is fang.
It's a fang. Very good. All right, great job, guys. Well done. Okay, so let's rewatch the video now that we know, now that we've reviewed the vocabulary. And then we'll try some speaking activities, okay? So we'll rewatch the video quickly.
Gorillas are one of 3 groups of African apes. They are divided into 2 species, the western gorilla and the eastern gorilla. Gorillas may be aggressive when attacked or provoked, but they are naturally gentle. They are generally herbivores, which means that they eat plants, but they also eat insects. A gorilla's lifespan in the wild is between 35 and 40 years, although zoo gorillas may live for 50 years or more because they have more food and healthcare. Gorillas are large apes. They can be strong like chimpanzees and orangutans. An adult male gorilla can weigh up to 225 kilograms and stand 1.8 meters in height. Gorillas live in family groups called troops. They have a broad chest, wide shoulders, short legs, and long arms. They have black skin and hair. Adult male gorillas' hair becomes silver or grey on their backs as they become older. Because of that, older males are called silverbacks. Gorillas live in the rainforests in Central Africa. They mostly live on the ground, but they can also climb. When on the ground, they walk on their feet and finger knuckles. Troops of gorillas wander slowly through the forests of Central Africa. For about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites. For the rest of the day, they lay in the sun and play with their children. If another gorilla threatens them, the troop's leader, the silverback, protects them by rearing up and beating his chest. Although mostly vegetarian, they have long canine teeth or fangs that the adult male sometimes uses to fight each other for the troop leadership. Gorillas sleep in nests that they build on the ground. At the end of each day, each adult gorilla spends a few minutes putting together a soft, flat bed made of leaves, branches, and moss. The young gorillas sleep with their mothers. The gestation period of a gorilla lasts between 8 and 10 months. Gorillas almost always produce one offspring. Twins are rare. Gorilla babies begin to hang on to their mothers when they are only a few hours old and will continue to do so for the next 3 years.
Okay, so what we're going to go through now is some speaking questions. So obviously what we can see here are gorillas, which are kept in a zoo. And it's mentioned in the text that gorillas actually tend to live about 10 to 15 years longer when they're in captivity, when they're in a zoo, than they do in the wild. So whilst that may be a good thing, it does beg the question, is it good to keep animals in zoos? So what I want us to do is to take a little look at some of these questions here. So we've got the general question, are zoos good for animals? What are the advantages of zoos? Have zoos saved animals from extinction? Is it ethical to keep animals in confinement? What is rewilding and how does it work? And do zoos encourage people to care about animals? Now, there's also the debate simulator AI. So you can use this to help you if you need some assistance coming up with an answer. It's also very good for learning a bit more about the topic and picking up some vocabulary along the way. So the link to that is just in the chat box. But let's try starting us out. So Bowney, could you give us an overall idea? Do you think are zoos good for animals? What do you think?
I think it has advantages, but it also have disadvantages. For example, when animals are at zoo, they can be fed every day, and they can have proper health care. Yeah, but the disadvantages are like they like they don't have their natural habitat, and they may lose
So there are some advantages and disadvantages. So just to give you some correction there on some of your grammar there. So when animals are at the zoo or in a zoo, they can be fed every day, or they are fed every day.
Yes.
But they are not in their natural habitat. Yep, that's definitely true. Bao Fuang, do you want to have a go at this question?
Yes.
Yep. So are zoos good for animals? What do you think?
The first, I think, do zoos help protect endangered species and support breeding programs.
Yeah.
Moreover, some zoos breed animals for entertainment. When animals live in zoos, they can forget how to hunt or survive in the wild.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So just bear with me one moment. Okay. So just to tidy that up a little bit. So zoos help to protect animals, help to protect endangered species through breeding programs. That's true. However, so rather than saying moreover, which would add to the point you made before, you're offering now an antithesis to that point, an opposite point. So, however, some zoos breed animals for entertainment purposes. So those are some very good points you've made there, Bao Fuang. Bao Ni, you mentioned before that when animals are in zoos, they are not in their natural habitat. What do we mean by their natural habitat, and how can that affect animals generally if they're not in their natural environment?
I think when they are trapped in small spaces, they can't behave naturally, and they
Okay, so when they are trapped in small spaces, they don't behave naturally. Yeah. Yeah. So if you were here for our previous lesson about bear rehabilitation, it talks about how the bears used to scrape on the ground and walk around in circles and twist their neck and things like that. So it's not natural behavior. Yeah, very good. Bao Fuang, you mentioned breeding programs which help to preserve endangered species. Can you tell me about how those work? What's that, and what does it do?
I think preserve the endangered species. Firstly, we can I have to think about it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yep. Bao Ni, how about you? How do breeding programs help to keep endangered species from extinction?
We can preserve the species, and they won't be extinct in the future.
Yeah.
We
So
can save and protect them from the extinction.
Yeah, absolutely, because we create a safe environment in which they can't be hunted and are less likely to die from disease or habitat loss when they're inside a zoo. So there is a certain advantage to that. Bounty, do you think, let's have a think about this question. Is it ethical to keep animals in confinement? What do you think?
Excuse me, I don't really understand the word ethical.
Okay, yeah, well, allow me to explain. So when we talk about something being ethical, we talk about it being good or correct or right to do. So if something is unethical, it's just not a good thing to do. So if you do something that causes lots of harm to others, or to yourself, or to animals, or to the environment, it could be considered unethical. Others may think that some amount of harm that does a lot of good could be ethical. Okay, so if you were to harm one person to save 1,000 people, there's an argument that then it is actually ethical. Some people would say that lying is unethical, but if you are lying to protect somebody from something harmful, it could be considered ethical. So it's a philosophical debate. Do you think it's ethical to keep animals in confinement?
I think it's not really ethical because firstly, the animals will lose their natural freedom and instincts. They may face like mental and physical health problem.
Mental and physical trauma, yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'm just going to put that word in there. So trauma is mental or physical damage that lasts a long time. So yes, it's true. Keeping animals in confinement may lead to mental or physical trauma. Are there any situations where it could be ethical, where it could be okay? Or is it always unethical to keep animals in confinement?
I don't think it's ethical.
So you think it's never ethical to keep animals in confinement in zoos? Okay. All right. Bao Fuan, what do you think? Do you think that it's ethical to keep animals in confinement? Or do you think that's... Sorry, continue.
I don't think it because when people keep animals in confinement, animals cannot lose freedom and natural behavior. Secondly, then they can feel stress, boredom, and suffering. In a few places, some zoos and parks keep animals mainly for entertainment and profit.
Understood. So when animals are being kept in confinement for the purposes of entertainment and profit, it's almost certainly unethical. And not just for the reasons that you mentioned, such as animals sort of losing their natural instincts, not being, presumably being unhappy, stressed, or traumatized. There are also other ethical considerations as well, such as, does it encourage people who see those animals in cages or animals that have been trained to do things like the orca whales at SeaWorld? Does it then make humans, or children especially, think that animals are nothing more than instruments for our own amusement? That's another question that we have. However, Bao Fuang, we have mentioned before that some animals which are in confinement have been saved from extinction through breeding programs and things like that. So how does that change the ethical question of animal confinement and zoos?
You asked me this question. Have those?
Yeah.
I think yes, because those
Let me put that to Bao Ni. So Bao Ni, is there any situation where it could be ethical to keep animals in confinement in zoos?
Yes, in some situations, they are kept in zoos to be protected from extinction.
Yeah, so that's another thing to consider, isn't it? If we're protecting the animal from extinction, then it could possibly be ethical to keep the animal in confinement. In some zoos, I mean, some zoos you have tiny cages with great big animals in them, and they're undernourished, underfed, understimulated, and bored. But in other zoos, they have great big open enclosures, things to climb, places to swim, other animals to interact with. So question for Bao Fuang, do you think that in those kind of situations it's more ethical, or is it still unethical to keep them confined? What do you think?
I think I think we don't have to be more ethical to keep animals, because when we be more ethical, the animals can be so like
Are you saying that we even if animals are in a nicer enclosure, it's still unethical to keep animals in confinement? And to be ethical, realistically, we shouldn't have any animals in zoos or any animals in confinement. Is that what you mean?
yes, maybe.
Okay. Okay, so guys, let's move on to this next question. What is rewilding? And how does it work? So does anybody know what this means, rewilding? Bao Ni, do you know?
Actually, I don't really know.
That's okay. Bao Fuang, do you know what rewilding is?
I don't know too.
That's okay. Well, let me explain it to you. So rewilding is when we take an animal and gradually reintroduce it to the wild. So the question, of course, is, well, if you want to rewild an animal, why would we take it into captivity in the first place? But the answer is this. If you take a chimpanzee or an orangutan and you take and somebody shoots the mother and leaves the babies behind, those babies will probably not survive on their own in the wild. And the reason for that is that they need to learn from the mother which food they can eat and which food they can't eat. And if they're not taught this, if they're not fed, if they're not looked after by the mother, then they can die. So when poachers go out and kill animals, quite often they leave orphan babies behind. And so when we take those orphans and put them in an enclosure which is similar to their natural environment and feed them and teach them how to survive in the wild, it may be that they can gradually be re-released into the wild when they're adults. And this is called rewilding. So let's have a think. Let's reframe the question now. So, Bao Ni, why do you think that in the context of rewilding, are there situations where it could be ethical to keep animals in confinement if it's for the purposes of rewilding?
I think is in this situation is ethical.
Okay, and why would it be ethical in this situation?
When we rewind an animal, it can return to the wild and it is given freedom.
Yeah, so the purpose ultimately is not to keep the animal for entertainment, but to actually repopulate the animal species. Bao Fuang, what do you think? Do you think rewilding could be seen as an ethical activity?
Yes, I think rewilding is an ethical activity. Because, in my opinion, rewilding is rewilding works like restoring habitats for animals, and it connect different wild areas so animals can move freely and adapt to climate change.
Okay. Yeah, so it can actually help to restore previously damaged areas that have been damaged ecologically. Yep, very good. Let's move on to the last question. So, Bao Fuang, do zoos encourage people to care about animals? And let me add another caveat to that. Some people argue that seeing animals in zoos makes people think of them as nothing more than objects for our entertainment. Other people say that when children see animals in zoos, it's often the first thing that encourages them to go on to become a biologist or a conservationist or to do something related to helping animals? What do you think?
In my opinion, those can encourage people to care about animals, but it depends on how they are managed. Those can teach visitors, especially like children, about wildlife and the important of protecting animals.
So it can be an important part of protecting animals or encouraging people to protect animals.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bao Fong. Bao Ni, what do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think visiting a zoo allows people, especially children, to learn more about animals, and this helps raise awareness and encourages people to care more about nature. But however, I think animals should live in wildlife parks or forests.
So they should live out there in the wild, in their natural habitats as much as possible. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Okay, guys. Well, well done today. You answered those questions very well. You gave some excellent insights into the ethics of zoos and whether they're good for animals and many of the more nuanced, complicated questions. So for everyone watching on the live stream as well, thank you for watching and joining today. We're going to finish very soon, so I'll just quickly let people know. So if you've enjoyed the lesson today, this is a lesson to raise money for my charitable campaign called Help Hanoi's Homeless. Any donations made will be used to support food, rent, and medical bills for needy families in Hanoi. So if you want to make a donation, you can do so using PayPal and you can use the email address ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com. If you're in Vietnam, you can scan the QR code here using your banking app, or you can use the bank account details below. So if you can make any donation at all, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you guys for joining today. Before we finish, is there anything else I can go over with you? Anything I can help you with at all?
It's okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you then, guys. Well, thanks for joining on Zoom, and thank you to everyone watching on the live stream. We'll be back again on Thursday, so please join the class on Thursday, and I'll see you then, okay? Bye-bye for now, okay?
Okay. Goodbye.
Take care,
Thank you.
guys. Thank you. Bye-bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, hello, Mr. X English. How are you doing? All right, all right. By the way, I'm not for. All right, I'm not for learning English because I've been working as an examiner in Dallas examination for more than 4 years. Alongside, I'm a lecturer in economics at a public university here in southern part of India, and that's why I don't need that class. However, I appreciate your classes on this platform. All right. By the way, I'm not for. All right, I'm not for learning English because I've been working as an examiner in Dallas examination for more than 4 years. Alongside, I'm a lecturer in economics at a public university here in southern part of India, and that's why I don't need that class. However, I appreciate your classes on this platform. All right. By the way, I'm not for. All right, I'm not for learning English because I've been working as an examiner in Dallas examination for more than 4 years. Alongside, I'm a lecturer in economics at a public university here in southern part of India, and that's why I don't need that class. However, I appreciate your classes on this platform.
Okay, I will join. How many times should I wait? Okay, okay. There are just two members. There are just two members, right?
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no problem.
no problem.
So, are you a native speaker?
Sure.
Okay, I joined. I have joined.
Fine.
So, are you a native
Are you a
speaker?
native speaker?
Are you a native
Are you a
speaker?
native speaker?
Your mother
Your
tongue
mother
is
tongue is
in English.
in English.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to the lesson, guys. Hello, Hui. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. What about you?
Good. I'm good, thank you. And it's Ahmed, is it? Hello, Ahmed.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Where are you from, Ahmed?
I am from Jordan.
Jordan. Oh, wow. Okay, fantastic. What time is it over there in Jordan?
I'm in Jordan since I was born. Because
Yes, yeah. I mean, what time is it over there? It's like how many hours?
yeah,
What hour is it?
yeah, it's 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Right. Okay. Yeah. So we're 4 hours ahead of you over here in Vietnam. Hello, Zhang. How are you? Hello, Zhang. Okay, guys, so welcome to the lesson. So I can see some new faces and some that have attended before. So as you know, these lessons are pay what you can afford. So you can pay as much or as little as you like for this lesson. Any contributions that I receive will go to helping poor families here in Hanoi. So if you can make a contribution, it goes to helping the needy. We help to pay for things like food, and we go to pay for things like rent, shelter, medical bills, education, toiletries, various essential supplies for the poor and the sick and the needy in Hanoi. We've recently had some flooding due to a storm.
Sorry, I just go to the toilet.
Okay. So we've recently had a bit of flooding here in Hanoi. So your donations will be used to help people in need. If you are in Hanoi or in Vietnam, you can make a payment using the QR code here for a bank transfer. If you are outside of Vietnam, you can use the PayPal email address here, which is ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com. So any donation you make would be greatly appreciated. It doesn't matter if it's small or large. I just appreciate any donations you can make. These lessons will always be at the same time on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. UTC +7. So that's Hanoi time. So thank you for your support and your participation. Now, first things first, if this is your first time, if you haven't signed up already, then we need you to sign up free of charge to the Stax English IELTS Master Course. So you can use, if you haven't signed up already, you can use this link I'm about to send to you in the chat box, which is just there. What you can do with that is you can sign up to the course for free, so you can follow along with these lessons or even practice in your own time. If you are watching the live stream and would like to sign up to the course, just search Stax English IELTS Master Course in Google, and that should bring up the Udemy course, and then just go down to coupon and write in English for all. That's English for all, no spaces, all one word in capital letters, and then click enroll now, and you'll be able to sign up. This should work until the 10th of October. So please feel free to sign up to the course free of charge using the coupon code. Just type in Stax English IELTS Master Course and then English for all at the coupon part. Okay. So the section we're going to be looking at today is about gorillas. So we're talking about animals and the environment today. So I'm going to start by watching a video. So we're going to put this video on about gorillas, okay? So if we could keep our microphones off just for now, we're going to do, this will mostly be a vocabulary lesson. So we can watch the video first of all and listen to it.
Gorillas.
Let me just get the subtitles on. All right.
Gorillas are one of 3 groups of African apes. They are divided into 2 species, Western gorilla and the Eastern gorilla. Gorillas may be aggressive when attacked or provoked, but they are naturally gentle. They are generally herbivores, which means that they eat plants, but they also eat insects. A gorilla's lifespan in the wild is between 35 and 40 years, although zoo gorillas may live for 50 years or more because they have more food and healthcare. Gorillas are large apes. They can be strong like chimpanzees and orangutans. An adult male gorilla can weigh up to 225 kilograms and stand 1.8 meters in height. Gorillas live in family groups called troops. They have a broad chest, wide shoulders, short legs, and long arms. They have black skin and hair. Adult male gorillas' hair becomes silver or grey on their backs as they become older. Because of that, older males are called silverbacks.
I can't hear anything.
Gorillas live in the rainforests in Central Africa. They mostly live on the ground, but they can also climb. When on the ground, they walk on their feet and finger knuckles. Troops of gorillas wander slowly through the forests of Central Africa. For about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites. For the rest of the day, they lay in the sun and play with their children. If another gorilla threatens them, the troop's leader, the silverback, protects them by rearing up and beating his chest. Although mostly vegetarian, they have long canine teeth or fangs that the adult male sometimes uses to fight each other for the troop leadership. Gorillas sleep in nests that they build on the ground. At the end of each day, each adult gorilla spends a few minutes putting together a soft, flat bed made of leaves, branches, and moss. The young gorillas sleep with their mothers. The gestation period of a gorilla lasts between 8 and 10 months. Gorillas almost always produce one offspring. Twins are rare. Gorilla babies begin to hang on to their mothers when they are only a few hours old and will continue to do so for the next 3 years.
Okay, guys, so what we're looking at today is gorillas. So first of all, what we want to do is we've got the transcript here. So if you haven't already signed up for the Stax English course, I would recommend doing so now. You can do so free of charge by just simply clicking on the link that I sent you and registering with an email address, okay? So the link is in the chat box. You can go to Stax English IELTS Master Course on Google and then type in English for All during coupon and then click Enroll Now, and you'll be able to enroll for free. That coupon works until the 10th. Now, if you're already signed up, as I know some of you are, then you'll be able to access the course and follow along this lesson with me. So first things first, I'm going to put the transcript in the chat box so you can open that up and we will use that later on for the reading task. We can also look at the vocabulary bank. So the vocabulary bank contains all sorts of words that were just used in the video. So I'm going to leave that in the chat box too. And you can access that, which will help us with the next section. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go through some of the vocabulary words using some flashcards. So let's flip this around and let's see if we can define these words. Now you can use the vocabulary bank to help you. So first of all, we have the word wide. So,
Wide.
Wide. What do we mean by wide? When we describe something as wide, can anybody describe that word for me?
I think the
Yeah.
symptoms is big.
It is like big, isn't it? Yeah.
It's large, like
Yeah. When we describe
Yeah.
something as being wide, we're talking about something being the width of something, the breadth of something, the girth of something. So from one side to the other. Now, when we talk about something being wide, we're usually talking about the horizontal plane. Okay, so you would say that it is wider here than here. Okay, the example there is a wide horizon. So that's wide. Let's try this next one. So we have this word wander.
Wander.
What does it mean to wander? It's a verb. Can anyone define wander for me?
It's like walking with nothing in the head.
Very good. Yeah. So it's to walk or move about with no purpose, no plan, no aim, and at no definite pace. So you've got an example there. We wander in the park, engrossed in conversation. So you just wander around. You walk around, not trying to get anywhere, just purely to enjoy a leisurely walk. Next, we have another verb, which is threaten.
Threaten.
What does it mean to threaten? When we threaten somebody, or when something threatens us, or someone threatens us.
It is to force somebody do something you want by
yes.
That make that person have to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So to threaten someone is to say, do this thing that I want you to do, or I will do something bad to you. So, yeah, so we've got here to declare intent to harm or punish. The judge threatened him with a jail sentence, and she threatened him with a gun. So we're talking about trying to scare someone into doing something for you. Threaten. Okay, let's try the next one. Species. So what is a species?
Species.
Anyone help me with this? Species.
That kind of animals.
Yes, well done. Thank you, Ahmed. A kind of animal, a different type of animal. Now, quite specifically, different species can breed and have babies with another animal of the same species. Next up, we have the word rear. Now, this is not a place, this is a verb. To rear a child or to rear an animal. What does it mean?
Feed something.
To do what, sorry, Hui?
It means to feed or...
Yeah, kind of. To feed and to look after and to
to
raise.
take care of it.
To take care of something. Yeah, so we rear our young, we rear children, we rear animals to raise them from baby to teenager to adult. Next, we have the word rainforest.
Rainforest.
What is the rainforest?
It's a forest.
Yeah.
That has a lot of rainy weather.
Very good. Yeah. So we may also call it. Yeah.
It has a lot of animals.
Yes,
big
indeed.
Animals.
Yes, indeed. So you may also hear it called a jungle, but yes, the rainforest is very wet, very lots and lots of plants, lots of animals, lots of wet, humid weather. So the definition here is a dense forest of evergreens and heavy undergrowth in a tropical area that receives abundant rainfall throughout the year. So we get rainforest in the Amazon and different parts of the world. Next, we have a verb, provoke.
Provoke.
What does provoke mean? What do we mean by provoke?
To encourage the thoughts.
Yes, to encourage like a fight, an argument. So you try to make somebody angry or annoyed.
Yeah, and it's popular to say a provoking idea.
Yes,
like encouraging.
A provoking idea would be an idea that that may make some people very angry or very upset. So some examples here are, I'd never seen my father this angry, and I wondered what had provoked him. By these demonstrations, they hoped to provoke politicians into taking action. And then we have, she needs complete rest, and hearing this news will only provoke her. Right, good stuff, guys. Well done. Next, we have offspring. So this is a noun.
Offspring.
What are offspring?
He's like descendant.
Yes, a descendant, a child, a baby. The child, young, or descendant of a particular parent or ancestor, the offspring. So some examples here. As his aunts and uncles had no offspring, he had no cousins. The offspring of the famous racehorse also became champions, and the bird returned to the nest to feed its offspring, 4 chicks in all. Very good. Next we have nest.
Nest.
So nest is a noun. What do we mean by nest?
Nest means the home of the birds.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So birds make nests. So it's the home of the bird, yeah. It's not always for birds, though, because gorillas make nests too. And you know when you see a dog sort of scratch on the ground? That's an instinct that the dog has to try to nest, to make a nest. Very good. So quite often nests are little pits that are dug in the ground, or they may be made from twigs or leaves. It's a little home to stay warm and safe. Very good. Next we have knuckle.
Knuckle.
What is a knuckle? Does anyone know?
I don't know.
A knuckle is a part of the finger. So this part here, if you can see on my camera, is the knuckle. Okay, so you have knuckles. It's any of the rounded joints of a finger, especially the joint that connects the finger to the hand. So we have knuckles here and knuckles here, knuckles there. So we have knuckles all over our hand. And the reason that's used is because it talks about gorillas walking on their knuckles like that. Next we have insect. So what is an insect?
Insect.
It's a kind of animal. It's very
Yeah.
small, like butterflies,
Yep.
worm, or anything else.
That's right. Yep. So an insect is a very small animal, an invertebrate animal, so it doesn't have a spine. And they have bodies that are broken up into 3 parts. You have the head, the thorax, and the abdomen. And insects have 6 legs and 1 or 2 sets of wings, or sometimes no wings. So you've got animals like earwigs and ants. These are all insects. Right. Next, we have the term gentle.
Gentle.
So gentle is an adjective. What do we mean by gentle?
Respectful man, gentleman.
A gentleman is the compound noun of gentleman. So somebody who is respectful and kind and friendly and not aggressive is gentle. Okay. So possessing a kind or generous disposition, somebody who is tender, sweet, friendly. So my mother was a gentle woman who cared for those in need. And next we have the word fang.
Fang.
What is a fang? Any idea?
Is like the
It's a
nails of the cat family.
Yes, so cats have fangs, and lions and tigers have fangs, and gorillas have fangs. They're the big, large canine teeth that stick out at the front. So a long, pointed tooth, such as the canine tooth of a carnivorous animal, or the hollow grooved tooth by which a venomous snake injects its poison. So gorillas, even though they are not carnivorous, meaning they don't eat much meat, they have very large fangs. So the wolf bared its fangs, the snake sunk its fangs into its prey. So when we have fangs, we're talking about these big, sharp teeth. Okay. Next, broad.
Broad.
So when we talk about something being broad, it's quite similar to a word we've already done. What do we mean by
outside the country.
Means what, sorry?
Outside of something, like outside the country.
That's abroad. Abroad means outside of the country, yeah. But this is a slightly different word. So this is a different word. Sounds quite similar. But broad means very wide, very long on the horizontal level. So you might describe someone as having broad shoulders or a broad chest. Okay. So it means like wide or large or spacious. Some examples here are: it was a broad avenue with 6 lanes of traffic. The road stretched out across the broad valley, and the agency was looking for a male model with a broad chest. Okay. And then finally, we have aggressive.
Aggressive.
What does it mean when we say aggressive?
I don't know.
It's
not sure of this one.
dangerous. Dangerous
Can be,
something.
yeah, like an aggressive person or an aggressive animal is somebody who is acting violently.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So characterized by hostility in action. So here we go. The small nation could not defend against its aggressive neighbor. When he became aggressive toward teachers, he was finally expelled from school. So that's a kid who's being not just naughty, but actually physically hitting teachers or shouting at them. So there we go. There we go. That's the vocabulary for today. Now we're going to learn a little bit more about that vocabulary by playing a game. So what we have to do is try to guess the word from one of these words on the side: species, insect, or offspring. So if you are watching on the live stream, you can type your answer in the chat box. And if you're here in the room, you can say the answer or type it, whatever you prefer. So let's start. We've got a noun. And the example is: as his aunts and uncles he had no cousins.
Offspring.
Offspring is right. Well done. Offspring. So here we can see a swan with their offspring, with their babies. Very good. Next, we have an adjective, and the opposite word is narrow. So narrow is like this.
Broad. Broad. Yeah.
Broad and wide.
Broad and wide, yeah, absolutely. These would be the opposites of narrow. Good. Next, we have a noun, and it's any of the rounded joints of a finger. So these bits.
It's knuckle.
Knuckle. Well done, guys. Yeah, the knuckle. Fantastic. Next, we have a intransitive verb. We something in the park, engrossed in conversation.
Wander.
Wander. Very good. To walk aimlessly. Good job. Next, we have an adjective, and the related word is deep. So let's have another clue. A something horizon. Let's have another one. Vast.
Rainforest.
Well, there's these three words to choose from. So we've got rear, wide, or broad. So the
Rear.
definition, it's not rear.
Wide.
It could be wide. It could also be broad, but I think wide works better for words like horizon. So a wide horizon. Very good. Next up. Okay, good job, guys. Let's try another one. So we've got a long pointed tooth, such as the canine tooth of carnivorous animals, or the hollow grooved tooth by which a venomous snake injects its poison. So what is that?
It's fang.
It's a fang. Well done. Very good. The wolf bared its fangs. Transitive verb now, and the related word is coerce. So when we coerce someone, we tell someone that they need to do something that we want them to do, or we're going to hurt them or make something bad happen. So what could the word be? It's threaten. Well done.
Right.
To threaten someone. Very good. To threaten someone indeed.
Sorry, I have a question.
Go ahead, yeah.
It's a threaten with th or with fa?
It's like a th.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you would use threaten, threat, th. Sort of the same that you would say the word through. We walked through the forest, or you could say I saw through their threat. Sorry.
Like th.
Yeah. Not like an F, but like a TH. Th. Threaten. A way I would, you might hear people saying it where it sounds like an F sound. That's okay too. It's just different dialects. Next we have an adjective, and a related word is offensive. So if someone or something is offensive,
Aggressive?
probably aggressive, yeah. So they're similar sort of words. The opposite word would be peaceful. And it's basically just somebody who is aggravating something, somebody who is being violent or threatening to be violent. Very good. Next, we have an adjective, and the definition is possessing a kind or generous disposition, someone who is tender, someone who is sweet, friendly.
It's gentle.
You are absolutely right. It's gentle, someone who's gentle. Very good. Next, we have a transitive verb. Let's have some clues. So the definition here is to raise to maturity. So from a child to an adult.
It's rear.
It is rear, yep, which means raise.
Rear.
Develop, yep, very good. Okay, let's try the next level. Bless me.
I have a question, sorry.
Go ahead.
God bless you first.
Thank you.
And my question is the word foster. It's near to foster. Yeah, it's near to rear.
Yes, it
you
is.
Can
yeah.
use it instead of.
You certainly could. It's a very similar word. When we talk about fostering something, we're creating an atmosphere in which something can grow. So you might foster an atmosphere of creativity. Or if you're at work, you might try to foster an atmosphere of transparency or productivity or kindness. But when you foster a child or an animal, it usually means to look after them in the short term. So people who foster children are people who look after children, you know, for a temporary period. Or people who, if you foster a dog or a cat, you look after the cat or the dog temporarily, not forever, usually. So yes, it is a very similar word, foster. Next word is a noun, and a similar word is bug. It's not the same word, but it's very similar. So when we talk about bugs, we may also be talking about
Insect.
insects. Very good. So not all bugs are insects, but all insects are bugs. So
What's the meaning of
insects, so for
bugs?
example, a spider might be called a bug, but a spider is not an insect. It has 8 legs, so it's not an insect. Next, we have a noun. This is a structure used by a bird to lay eggs and rear young, often constructed on a tree, in high grass, or in a cavity using twigs, fibers, and the like. So what is this we're talking about? What is it?
It's nest.
It's a nest. Well done. So we'll have a picture here of a nest with some eggs in it. Very good. Next, we have a noun, and we've got just a picture here. What is that picture? Looks like a jungle.
Rainforest.
It's a rainforest. Very good. Next, we have a transitive verb, and we have an antonym here, propitiate, but I don't think that's very helpful. So let's try some clues. A synonym would be to excite, but not usually in a positive way. Sorry, go on then.
Provoke.
Provoke is right. Well done. To provoke somebody is to incite a person to anger, annoyance, deep emotion, or action. So I'd never seen my father this angry, and I wondered what had provoked him. Very good. And now we have a picture of some geese, or with their or some swans, with their babies.
Nest.
Sorry?
Nest.
It could be a nest, couldn't it? But I don't think that's the one for nest. What we've got is a related word here meaning kind, as in type. And the definition in biology, the most fundamental classification of living things, comprising individuals that naturally breed with one another, but not with those of other something.
How about broad?
One more time. It's
Broad.
It's not broad. It's if we're talking about species. Yep, that's correct. Yep, species is what we mean. So we're talking about a species.
I got it. Thank you.
Yep, very good. So species is, yeah, a group, a type of animal. Absolutely. All right, well done, guys. Doing really well so far. Okay, now let's try one last vocabulary game where we're going to put the words in the correct sentences. Now, remember, these are not all one at a time. So once one's been used, it can be used again and again. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 words here and 10 options. So we're going to use some of these more than once. So first of all, I'd never seen my father this angry, and I wondered what had him.
Aggressive.
No, because yes, you could say I'd never seen my father this aggressive, but this is what we need now is a verb, a past tense verb.
Provoked.
Provoked is right. Well done. Number 2, the road stretched out across the valley.
The broad
valley. Very good. Him with a gun. So when you hold a gun to someone and say, give me all your money.
Threatened.
Threatened, very good. Threatened him with a gun. Good job. The snake sunk its something into its prey.
Fangs.
Fangs, very good. The wolf bared its... So the wolf shows its teeth. When a wolf is being aggressive, it shows its what?
Fang.
Fangs again, well done. The something of the famous racehorse also became champions. So this is like the children, the babies.
Offspring.
The offspring, very good. The bird returned to the nest to feed its 4 chicks in all.
I think it's offspring again.
It is offspring again, very good. As his aunts and uncles had no something, he had no cousins.
Offspring again.
It's offspring again, yep, using it a lot now. My mother was a woman who cared for those in need.
Gentle.
Gentle woman, very good. The small nation could not defend itself against its neighbor.
Aggressive.
Aggressive neighbor, very good. Now let's try another 8. So we've got some different words up here. Some of them are the same. The agency was looking for a male model with a chest. So this is a chest that's when someone has a big, wide chest.
Wide.
It would be wide, but I think when we describe chests, we usually say broad, yep, rather than wide. When we describe body parts, we normally talk about them being broad shoulders, broad chest. Wide is usually more of a negative term. You might say somebody had wide hips, meaning they were a bit overweight. She needs complete rest, and hearing this news will only her. Not sure. So this person needs to rest, and if someone tells them the news, it's going to make them angry or upset. So what is the word there?
Provoke.
Provoke, very good. When he became something towards teachers, he was finally expelled from school. So this kid has been hitting, punching teachers. Go on, Lam.
We became aggressive.
Aggressive, yep. He became aggressive toward teachers. And then it was a avenue with 6 lanes of traffic. There's 2 that could fit here.
It is a wide avenue.
Wide, yep. We could say wide or broad, but I think when we're describing an avenue, we would usually say wide. It could also be broad, though. By these demonstrations, they hoped to politicians into taking action. What do you think? So we want to get the politicians riled up and angry.
Not sure.
Not sure?
Aggressive.
Not progressive, but provoke. So to provoke is to make somebody react, to make them angry or upset. And they want to provoke the politicians so that they change, they take some action. Okay. Next one, a something horizon.
A wide horizon.
It could be wide, yep. Could also be broad. I think we'll put wide in there for now. The judge him with a jail sentence. So the judge said, if you don't do this, you're going to go to jail.
Threatened.
Threatened, very good. Good job. We, in the park, engrossed in conversation. We walked around the park at a leisurely pace.
We wandered.
Wandered, very good. We wandered in the park, engrossed in conversation. That's great, guys. Now we might, wide and broad might have been mixed up a little bit, I bet. Yep, broad and wide probably been mixed up. That's all good though. We did very well. Right, guys. So what we're going to do now is we're going to rewatch the video now that we know all of the vocabulary words. So we'll rewatch it and then we're going to do some we're going to do a reading quiz. Okay, so pay special attention to the video so that we can smash the quiz and do really well. Just wait for it to load. And again, guys, if you want to sign up to the Udemy course free of charge, I have a link for you in the chat box, which you can use. So please feel free to sign up to the Udemy course, and you can actually follow along with this lesson in your own time and complete the activities and even do some of the extra activities or extra vocabulary games and things to learn more about this subject and many other subjects as well. So the link is in the chat box if you want to sign up. I'd highly recommend signing up because when you follow along with these lessons, I can actually set some homework for you so you can do some stuff outside of the class. Let me just get this loaded up. The link is there in the chat box, so feel free to sign up while we're waiting. Okay, this is taking a long time. Let me try refreshing the page. If you're watching on the live stream, you can sign up to this course for free by typing in Stax English IELTS Master Course on Udemy and entering the coupon code English for all one word, all capitals, and then you can sign up to this course for free. This coupon code is available until the 10th of October when it will run out. So sign up before then. It's taking a little bit of time to load, isn't it? So yeah, while we're waiting, please click the link in the chat box and sign up to the course. You can sign up with an email address. It's not a free trial or anything. It's completely free for life. So once you're signed up, There's no need to put in any details or anything. You just need an email address and you can sign up for free. Just going to try and sort this out because it's obviously having some issues with memory here. So just bear with me one moment. Close a few things down just to speed it up. I'm going to close this down and just open it up again. So just wait there with me one moment. Guys. So we'll just rewatch the video in just a second. Let me just get that ready. Hold on. This won't be a moment. Remember, of course, just while I load this up, so this lesson is free of charge. You can pay as much or as little as you like. All of the money used goes to help people living in poverty in Hanoi. So if you want to make a donation, you can do so using the PayPal link there, which is ax.english.tutoring@gmail.com, or if you're in Vietnam, use the QR code to send a bank transfer. So any amount of any donation would be appreciated. It all goes to help. So just bear with me one moment. Be back on in just a second. Seems like Zoom's just having a bit of an issue. Long now. Rewatch that video. Once you've signed up to the course, by the way, you can actually check out all of the stuff we've gone through today. You can look at on your own. So you can actually do, if you want more help with the vocabulary, there's many more vocabulary games that you can go through. There's sort of tic-tac-toe and various different sort of extra vocabulary to learn and extra things about each subject. And there's many modules on there. They're all topic-based modules, things that you're likely to find in the IELTS test. So things about the environment, things about social issues, things about history, things about science. It's all sort of the kind of vocabulary and content that is likely to appear on an IELTS reading or writing test. There are also things that you will be asked to speak about during the IELTS speaking test. So all of this is very useful stuff to learn. So please feel free to sign up using that link, and you can practice some of that stuff after the lesson or before the next one. So shouldn't be too long now. Finally starting to load, so sorry about that. Let's reload. Let's rewatch the video now. Okay. All right, so look out for the language that we've learned.
Gorillas are one of 3 groups of African apes. They are divided into 2 species, the western gorilla and the eastern gorilla. Gorillas may be aggressive when attacked or provoked, but they are naturally gentle. They are generally herbivores, which means that they eat plants, but they also eat insects. A gorilla's lifespan in the wild is between 35 and 40 years, although zoo gorillas may live for 50 years or more because they have more food and healthcare. Gorillas are large apes. They can be strong like chimpanzees and orangutans. An adult male gorilla can weigh up to 225 kilograms and stand 1.8 meters in height. Gorillas live in family groups called troops. They have a broad chest, wide shoulders, short legs, and long arms. They have black skin and hair. Adult male gorillas' hair becomes silver or grey on their backs as they become older. Because of that, older males are called silverbacks. Gorillas live in the rainforests in Central Africa. They mostly live on the ground, but they can also climb. When on the ground, they walk on their feet and finger knuckles. Troops of gorillas wander slowly through the forests of Central Africa. For about half of their day, they search for leaves, vines, and bamboo shoots to eat. Sometimes they also eat ants or termites. For the rest of the day, they lay in the sun and play with their children. If another gorilla threatens them, the troop's leader, the silverback, protects them by rearing up and beating his chest. Although mostly vegetarian, they have long canine teeth or fangs that the adult male sometimes uses to fight each other for the troop leadership. Gorillas sleep in nests that they build on the ground. At the end of each day, each adult gorilla spends a few minutes putting together a soft, flat bed made of leaves, branches, and moss. The young gorillas sleep with their mothers. The gestation period of a gorilla lasts between 8 and 10 months. Gorillas almost always produce one offspring. Twins are rare. Gorilla babies begin to hang on to their mothers when they are only a few hours old and will continue to do so for the next 3 years.
Some of that in use now. Let's try the reading test. Let's see how well we do. So let's go back. See if I can just retake it. Retake test. Okay. So let's begin. So we've got 20 questions to go through. So just try your best. So gorillas eat insects such as something and something. Choose 2.
Excuse me, can you zoom it?
Yeah, hold on. So gorillas eat insects such as termites, caterpillars, ants, grasshoppers. So there's 2 answers here.
Caterpillars, no, ants and
Grasshopper.
termites.
We've got a bit of a mixture there, haven't we? So there's 2 answers. What do we go for? Let's try ants and termites. Those are correct. Well done. Gorillas spend about of their time looking for food. 70%, 10%, 30%, or 50%.
50.
50%. That's correct. Well done. Gorillas live in groups called herds, swarms, armies, gaggles, or troops.
Troops.
It's troops. Well done. A gorilla's legs are usually Large, weak, small, or strong?
Strong.
Strong, well done. Oh, small, sorry.
No, I'm
I got
sorry.
that one wrong. No, my fault. I should have remembered it properly. Gorillas usually fly in the sky, walk on the ground, swim in the ocean, or climb in the trees.
Climb in the trees.
They actually don't climb very much in the trees.
They walk on the ground. Yeah.
Walk on the ground is right. Well done. Gorillas walk on their feet only, hands only, or hands and feet?
Hands and feet.
Yep, they walk on their knuckles, don't they? When gorillas have eaten enough food, they will fight other gorillas, climb trees, sunbathe, or play with their offspring.
Sunbathe.